As Santa Claus makes his way up to the gavel, up to the dais, I'd like to call to order the closed session for December 14th, 2022 of the Hermosa Beach City School District Board of Education regular meeting. Dana, would you take the roll call, please?
Board Member McCall?
Yeah.
Board Member Cluth?
Present.
Board Member Cole? Not present. Board Member Gardner? President Bove LaMonica?
Present. Thank you so much.
Vice President Clerk Gardner, not present.
Thank you. Okay, moving to public comment. Seeing as we have no.
Sorry, Maggie, can we
roll
reopen the roll? Yeah,
Sure.
thank you.
Dana, could you do one more roll call?
Board Member Cole, not present. Board Member Cluth?
Present.
Board Member McCall?
Present.
Vice President Clerk Gardner?
Present.
President Bove LaMonica?
Present.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Moving on to public comment, seeing no members of the public present in the room. I'm going to close down public comment in the room and see if there's any virtual public comment.
There are no virtual public comments.
No virtual public comment. Thank you. With that, I'm going to close down public communication and we will adjourn to closed session and return for open session at 6. Everyone board, you're good? Quentin, you're good? Jen, good? I get my computer out. You're good? Doug? Okay, I cut my script off in half tonight because I was like, I only need up to here. I'm just gonna delete the rest.
I started my.
My family should be coming. We're gonna get going. Your family's not. They're coming. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the December 14th regular meeting of the Hermosa Beach City School District Board Meeting. There is nothing to report out from closed session. And I would love to start off with a call to order, please. Then if we could do roll call.
Board Member Cole,
Present.
Board Member Cluth,
Present.
Board Member McCall,
Present.
Vice President Clerk Gardner,
Present.
President Bove LaMonica,
Present.
all present.
Thank you so much. We'll move into the flag salute. If everyone would.
Maggie, if I may, on the roll call, if we could please just make note in the minutes that Jen Cole was present for closed session.
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving to the flag salute. If everyone would please rise and join us for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Let's move on to approval of tonight's agenda. Board, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Stephen. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jen. All in favor?
Aye.
No opposed, motion carries. Moving to announcements. There's a change on the order of the agenda. Will not have a presentation on special education. And we're moving on to a city council report. Yes.
Yes, student council report. Thank you.
Student. Did I say something?
Hi, I'm Anu Boyd, Valley Student Council classroom representative.
I'm Ellie Gardner, Valley Student Council class representative.
I'm Edith Perez, Student Council classroom representative.
I'm James Stevens, also a classroom representative. We are excited again to be here tonight and update you on what has happened at Valley. There's been a lot going at Valley. Today, Valley had their December flag ceremony. Many students were recognized at the ceremony for athletics and for their mindful recognition of choosing optimism. There were several performances by the students and the band. It was such a fun ceremony. Fall sports has ended and winter sports are up and running. Boys and girls basketball and soccer have completed tryouts and begun practices. Games begin mid-January. We look forward to an exciting winter sports season. More information can be found on our athletes' website. Last week was the end of trimester 1, and many students completed their first 3 electives this year. There were many projects completed in their elective classes.
In STEAM/video production with Ms. Bell, students finished their scientific method action video. In STEAM with Mr. Kaplan, students finished and presented their music videos. In art with Ms. Ripley, students completed 1- and 2-point perspective drawings and also put the kiln to good use by making ceramic clay rattles. They also created online portfolios. In drama with Ms. Lee, students ended their trimester with a fine performance of a scene from Midsummer's Night's Dream. Everyone raved about their show. And as trimester 2 began on Monday, some students started a new elective this week, while others still remain in their year-long elective classes. We are excited to hear about what fun new projects are to come.
There is also a lot going on in our other classes around campus. Here are a few. In ELA classes, students are presenting societal research projects and some are reading Hatchet. Mr. Engel's classes are doing a homeless research project and will be having a guest speaker come in after winter break. Science classes are busy completing lab experiments with powders that make things fizz or change color, and Mr. Underwood took his classes on a trip down to the pier to get their heart rates going and then learn how to measure their BPM, blood oxygen levels, and distance. Outdoor ed trips are right around the corner. First up is 8th grade Astro Camp next month. 6th and 7th grade camps will be in February. All information about outdoor ed can be found on the Valley website.
Each year during the month of December,
our school adopts families that are in Inglewood and the surrounding areas. This is our 10th year doing this, and this year we have adopted 8 families. Many classes have already wrapped the gifts and are getting ready to deliver. What we learned the most with this project was that there are many people in our area, city, county, state, and world that have many needs that many of us don't have to think about in their own families. We want to thank Mrs. Vizzy for setting this up for us and helping us through the process, showing us that this season is more than receiving, but giving for those who may need more than what we do. Winter break begins next week, and we are excited to spend time with friends and family. There will be a half day this Friday, December 16th, and school will resume on Tuesday, January 3rd. We hope everyone has a wonderful break. Thank you again for letting our student council to share what is happening at Valley. We look forward to sharing more information with you next month.
Thank you, student council. Appreciate your time up here. Okay. We're ready for a big hurrah. Moving on to the board member service recognition for the Honorable Stephen McCall.
Hi, everybody. Before I get started, we have people that are phoning in. Dinah, is former mayor Mike Detoy, has he tuned in?
Yes, he has joined the Zoom.
Let's go ahead and I'll cede the floor to Mr. Detoy. Tall guys like him always pushing people around. Yeah, that's fine. Mm-hmm. It's like a seance. Mike, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Oh, very, very good. All right, Mike, I'm going to cede the floor to you in honor of the great Mr. McCall.
Well, I feel honored and I feel very underdressed with your attire tonight for the whole school board. So, Dr. Johnson, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Madam President, thank you as well. We're just here to honor Stephen McCall for his great years of service. On behalf of the whole city council and the whole community of Hermosa Beach, your 4 years on the 4 years? 4 years on school board. We're nice and easy. There was no issues, no global pandemic or anything like that. So you did an amazing job building 2 new schools for my daughter to attend kindergarten next year. So I thank you for that. You haven't just been a champion for our children, but the community as a whole, and your efforts in bike safety. As I said, making sure that those schools are built on time and they're beautiful. Everything with all the accolades that the school board has gotten and is due to your great service for this community. And on behalf of the city council and the whole community, we have these beautiful plaques, and I'm sorry I can't join you tonight. I am still on the clock. Don't tell my boss. And I wish I was there to see you, and I appreciate seeing you on Monday night. And next time I see you, just congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And as I said, the community is in great debt to all your great years of service. Thank you, Mike. And we have to step up our attire because everyone up there looks fabulous.
Yeah, it's all good. That's how we do in the school. We also have here the fabulous city manager, Suja Lowenthal, who I will also cede the floor to say a few words.
I actually just came to be tech support for everyone because we were not able to get in on Zoom. So Ann and I decided to come down, but since I am here, thank you so very much for everything. Thanks for your support and your partnership. Stephen and I met for the first time in front of a construction site. That was quite a time. It was a time when there was less collaboration from everyone, but I want to thank you. I don't say that because it's unpleasant or anything. I mention it because of how far we've come, because of all of your leadership, yours especially during that time. I was very new to this city. You really showed me that it can be different, that we didn't have to inherit perhaps the approach that our predecessors or just typically how things go when there's controversy about construction. Construction's difficult in a small community, but when you look at the faces of the children that you are serving, it takes all of that away. And so leveling that playing field, speaking just person to person, two people very invested in the children in this community, I truly appreciate that and appreciate your partnership. And we are going to miss your service, but you leave a legacy that we can reflect on and benefit from and build on. So thank you from our staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was wonderful tech support. Aaron, can you talk like that? That's amazing. Okay. Hi, Stephen, superintendent here. So when I was researching this job in the midst of COVID, I came across an Easy Reader article, and it was about the passage of Measure S. And what struck me most of all were quotes from you, who I didn't know at the time, and about your belief in public education, which I do believe is a belief. You got to believe. You talked about how you missed voting for Measure Q, and Measure Q fell short by 32 votes. And at the same time, AB 2808, the Marisucci bill to better fund schools by increasing the base, also died in the legislature. What struck me is that, it was kind of a depressing story, to be honest with you, but you held a lot of hope in that. And, spoiler alert, it ends with Measure S passing. But what I was so struck by was your commitment to public education. And I really do believe that as an educator, the most powerful thing about our job is the community's faith in what we do. And I can tell you, especially these days, that is not something just to be, take for granted. So, when sometimes you get asked, tell me about X board member. When people say, who is Stephen? I say, he's Team Hermosa through and through. And more importantly, Stephen is Team Public Education. Stephen became my honor board president in December 2020, and he served a term through December 2021. This is sort of like when Harry Truman became president, if you're thinking about the timing. You inherited a very, very at-war type situation. Now, Stephen, I know you're British, so that's like if Winston Churchill died and then some other guy took over. What I appreciate about Stephen is that we talk about you shouldn't take things for granted when it comes to public education. And I feel like that something about Stephen, not originally being from this country, is that he doesn't take American public education for granted. And we've talked a lot about that. I think that he recognizes that we have something special. And more importantly, I think that Stephen very much understands that American public education is something that needs to be protected. And Stephen, I do feel that after, 4 years in public education, you have done that and some. Let's talk about the achievements. Under Stephen's leadership, we were the first South Bay school district to fully reopen elementary schools during the COVID pandemic. He managed and restored 100 students for enrollment. That's a lot. We won the Pivotal Practice Award, the Golden Bell, and have some of the highest achievement in the South Bay post-COVID. And believe it or not, we, due in part to his advocacy, did successfully increase base funding. So what I find interesting is that though the first time that I read about Stephen McCall was him recounting, like the failures. It's funny because it ends in successes. And I do believe that is because Stephen is one relentless guy. If you know him, he will wear you down. And I do feel that's what it takes, and that's definitely what the movement called for. I tell my staff, not that we would do this to anyone else, but I'm like, don't BS Stephen. He does his homework. And he does. Stephen really is a steward of the district because he begins with the study of it. Stephen is not an educator by trade. And again, taking things for granted. No one does their homework more than Stephen. Stephen will come to meetings with me that he knows it more than I do. And I think that, Stephen, something that I've learned from you in my 3 years is that, the true form of governance is for sure information and understanding. It is the business of governance is extremely complicated. And I would say the most successful governors are those that take the time with the information and truly work to understand it. I honestly wish, and I say this to the room and to our society, I wish more elected officials took that to heart. You're very good, my friend. You really work hard for it, and I appreciate that. On a personal level, Stephen, I appreciate your faith in me. I'll speak for myself. Being a new superintendent at the ripe age of 35 at the time, in the midst of a COVID pandemic, requires a bit of faith on the part of your bosses. And I'm sincerely grateful to you because I do feel that you supported me and also pushed me, through challenging times. Stephen, the highest compliment someone can pay, particularly to a Brit like yourself, is that, I think that who is a person that makes their community better? Many people live in the community, but who makes their neighborhood better for others? And I do think that we are better for having you be part of our community and our country for that matter. Stephen, congratulations on successful 4-year term. We have the wave. Not to be confused with the smaller wave that Maggie will receive later. This is the big wave. Come on up here. We have paper ones for you as well, too. On like the other wave. Yeah, brother. Certificate of appreciation. Almir Suchi sends his regards. Ted Lieu wanted to get in on this also. Ben Allen, who we did shake down for cash, he also. Thank you, Ben Allen. That was and of course, the city of Hermosa Beach gives you their nice wooden plaque. Look at that; it's a nice tile. There you go. Stephen, congratulations. I'm going to turn it over to you. You stay down here on the spot. I'm going to head on up there, and I know our fellow board members would like to say a few kind words as well.
Stephen, do you want to be feted before you speak or after you speak? Okay, we're gonna go down. We're gonna go down the line now. You can stand at the podium and listen to us.
I'd love to.
Quentin, do you want to start?
Sure. So I'm gonna
Mike.
highlight a couple things. Oh, thank you. I'll highlight a couple things that I think are, each of us brings a unique set of experiences and outlooks. I'll endorse, agree with everything that the superintendent said about, Stephen's contribution to our city and his and good faith. Stephen also, I think, brought some unique perspectives, which I think is always valuable to the board, from his marketing background, to, which led to, I think, good contributions in terms of how we gather data and think about the success of our district, to our logos, to our marquees. You're leaving a physical legacy, and I think a real sort of business and marketing mindset to the district that I think was real valuable. And yeah, we've known each other for a while, and I've always admired and respected that you put the community first and really put your shoulder into it. And the year that you served as president was an astounding one, and you really did put your shoulder into it for the whole community, and we thank you.
I'll ditto that. And also it's just been a joy to work with you, Stephen. I have, from just coaching with you back in the day at AYS. So when Mia and Ella were on the same team, to just sitting up here and just learning from you, I feel like I have become a better board member, a better professional. I have a better person. The attention to detail you give always reminds me to go and do that extra mile. So I just can't thank you enough. I have learned more from you than I have probably from anyone besides my own husband. So, and he's right there. But you just push us all for excellence. So that's the kind of person that we all want to be around, and we will make any sort of special committee that you need to be on. We're happy to have you. And if I had a key to the city, I would be giving it to you right now. It is well deserved. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll triple ditto everything that's been said. But you and I go back a ways. From when our kids are there, Miss Pang. I forget the blue team that Ella, Evan, and Ellie were all on in kindergarten basketball. And what you've done, for my family in particular through all these years is really special and really means a lot. And obviously what you've done for this community. You certainly leave it in a better place than you found it. And that's due to all of your hard work, all of your vision, going back to Measure S. I forget the award that you got, but knocked on the most doors, take the most steps, and you did it, man. We did it. These schools are here because of that work and what particularly you did. And I remember back in those days just being in awe of like, how is he doing this? And that's because you are a force in a good way. And you make sure things get done for the betterment of everyone. And you can't ask for anything more from anybody than that. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for everything.
How much I'm going to miss may I bend your ear phone call out of the blue that goes on for another 30 minutes as we get into something other than what we started off with. So thank you so much for your thought partnership and everything. Thank you for taking the time. You always had the space in your life to make time to deal with either a personal question or a board business question or a city question. And you've gone out of your way to further those relationships that you've created, that you've held, and that you have passed on so generously to other people. I'm thinking of the work you're doing with the e-bikes right now. You take something that is like a kernel that you see as something and you keep pushing it further and further down the path. So it becomes better for all of us. Jason spoke to your diligence and your persistence. I think my favorite thing about the board configuration that we have now is that I know you would always ask the question. I didn't have to ask the question. I knew Stephen was going to drill down and ask the question. And that was so nice knowing that somebody on the board up here was going to take that and really own that space. To make sure it was really explicit what we might have been dancing around. And that explicitness was very necessary in some of our conversations we had. So thank you for that. The last thing is anytime I wear my pin now, I think of you. I think of this Saturday afternoon that we did branding, mission, logo work way back when, and you were the creator of this idea. So to the point of physical legacies being left behind, it was you spiraling and crafting this story of, where it's not just an elementary school and then it goes to a middle school and then they go into life and it's K thrive through life. And so you are the author behind this and I wear it proudly and I'm so glad to have served with you. So thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you, everyone, for those incredible words. I really appreciate it. I know you've got a big evening ahead of you, and some other people who are gonna I want to talk to as well. And I think I was trying to reflect on things, and I came up with one word, and that word was change. You know, what started as me wanting to help out, bring about change, because I didn't vote. I took it for granted on that one occasion with Measure Q, and I was like, well, I can do something about this. I know we're in a community that believes in its schools, and we want to bring about change. So it's been 8 years of involvement, from hero support in the wake of Measure Q through to board member on HBEF, and then this 4-year term as board member and president for Hermosa Schools. I think during that time, we've not only successfully built completely new schools at Vista, along with rebuilding View School and the significant improvements at Valley School. We managed through on that time of profound change. It was, you know, Hermosa Schools, we were able to keep our kids engaged, our community safe, and we were the first district to return to full-time in-person learning. I mean, reflecting on those last 4 years, one thing about the change has been we've been able to change the narrative of this district. And I think that, you know, on district with the newest schools in California, the most inclusive and personalized learning for all our children, with a focus on supporting safety and wellness of our kids, the only district in LA, in the whole of LA, that can offer a one community school, and that consistently ranks in the top 5% of education excellence. Yeah, I believe we, simply put, we do have the best little beach schools. And so there's, you know, hearing those words, I've got so much to say to all of you. You know, first of all, I want to say thanks to my family. Without their support, I definitely wouldn't have been able to dedicate as much of the time and energy that I put into this role. So to my wife, Erica, and to my kids, just a huge amount of thanks. But also thanks to everyone in this room. I think it's been an enormously fulfilling journey to get to know my community. I've gotten to know incredible leaders, partners in the city, HBEF, PTO, our staff, our team. It's been incredible. It's been absolutely incredible. But the funny thing is that I never thought I'd end up a school board member. I didn't even know I was going to come to the US at one stage. But then becoming an American and finding myself in this community, the change found me. And I think what I'm especially grateful for is that it's really changed me. And, you know, that change is in no small part because of the changes that we've been through with this team. We talk about Team Hermosa, you know, from Pat Escalante, you know, guiding me as a sort of a raw recruit, Jason, our times during the deepest and darkest months of the pandemic, where I unequivocally spoke more to you than I did to my wife, as we sort of triaged and managed our way through things. Boards, I could go down the line. I'm not going to. I'm just going to say I love you all. I have learned an incredible amount from all of you individually. You're all brilliant. I don't say that lightly, just with a sort of a quip of being brilliant. I honestly think we've got such an incredible board. I'm incredibly indebted that Jen and Maggie are stepping up for another 4 years. I'm like, I know we're going to get to that in a little bit, but like, thank you so much. And so thankful that that change isn't happening, and that we've got sort of a continuance of the core of our board. I'm incredibly thankful to the change that is Kathy Barrow, waiting in the wings. You know, I feel that this is going to be incredible to have such an immense community member, leader,
educator. It's going to be really wonderful. So I'm really excited to see you up here, and thank you for your service. What was quite reflective was on Monday morning, the board had a board tour of one of our schools, and the board goes around regularly every sort of trimester. And it just so happened that I think on this tour, I was the sole board member with Jason and walking around and seeing the change, being in a building that we as a community have built because we believe in our schools, and seeing the education that was going on. It really moved me. It really moved me and made me sort of feel at peace to be able to say thank you. I've been fortunate to give a lot. I'm very proud of the work we've done together. I know it's not goodbye, it's farewell. And let me know on any committees or any help you need. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Maggie, can we snap a photo before we leave Stephen as well too? And we should invite Ms. Barrow as well. We should do it right in the front, and I'd recommend that we do it now. Yep, thanks.
We still have comment to go through. He still has to be up here for comment.
I'll go back here. Here we go.
Should I stand right in front of him so he
Please, please. Oh. Thank you. Well done.
Okay, a piece of business before we get into board action. I'd like to open up public communications, public comment. Are there any pink slips from the audience for public comment?
There are no public comments from the audience.
Excellent. Seeing no in-person public comment, I'd like to check if there's any virtual public comment.
No virtual public comments.
No virtual public comment. Okay. Seeing no comment, we will be closing public communications and moving on to written communications. Does anyone have, any board members have any written communications to disclose?
We had one from the staff member.
One from the staff member to the board. I received no other further communications. Just for the board's knowledge, at board member roundtable, I'm going to introduce a new process for us to consider to talk about written communications. With that, closing written communications and moving to superintendent update.
Thank you, Maggie. First off, tomorrow at 3:30, we will have our staff holiday party, second annual. We last year raised over $8,000 from local businesses and our vendors to give away to staff. This year we raised $9,000. 9,300. Sorry, fact check. Very good. Thanks to the leadership team and my folks that are hustling and shaking down people for cash. Looking forward to giving it away. It'll be funny, silly, and I'll look like a fool. Parent conferences, big thank you to our teachers and to our parents. Parent conferences last and trickling into this week is a very stressful time for all, especially before Santa comes. So just a good opportunity for our teachers and community to connect, and very much appreciated to our staff for their hard work in preparing for those conferences. I had the pleasure last Saturday to join Mr. Breedy and the Redondo Union principal, who gave a personal tour to our Valley students and families on Saturday. It was a 2-hour tour, not a 3-hour, and it went very, very well. Mr. Breedy got to know our students, and it was just for Hermosa Valley families. We had over 40 families attend. It was just a great opportunity, and learned a lot about the campus. I worked at for 5 years, but I learned a lot. Looking forward to Dr. Gerger is going to be providing a personal tour for Hermosa Valley students at Maricosta in January. So that'll be a great opportunity for, again, just like our kids to really be able to make the right decision for themselves by getting on campus and engaging with the staff and the students. And we continue to work with both ASBs to facilitate that. Is Monique still in the house? Ms. Gonzalez has been fantastic in her student leadership team in order to help facilitate that. California Department of Education has highlighted Hermosa for its reading achievement. I think that's pretty cool. We are one of 3 districts that were highlighted. And again, thanks to the hard work of our staff and doubling down on the intervention and the instruction coming out of COVID. One of the many reasons why our achievement still was there was no learning loss out of COVID. Our achievement by CAST was the exact same as it was pre-CAST. The licensed medical family therapist, Ashley, began last week at Hermosa Valley. This is the additional counseling services that we wrote grants for. You mean like in that South Bay Family Center is matching. Met her on Monday. She is lovely and already working with students. So just continuing to invest in mental health for our students, which is one of the reasons we won the pivotal practice, was for that investment. Thank you, the board and Hermosa Beach Education Foundation for supporting our 2 counselors. We are running winter camp for the first time ever through Star Education as part of our ELOPE program. And we have 41 students that are going to be attending winter camp, which is awesome. So we'll be continuing to run summer school. And now we'll be running winter camp and the first time in the district's history. So that'll be awesome. Stephen and I attended city council transition, peaceful transition of power, like we hope tonight's will be as well too. And elected was Ray Jackson, who became mayor, Dean Francois, and Rob Saman, Hermosa Beach residents. Ray Jackson is a parent, and our community has 2 kids that go to our schools. Great young gentleman. Looking forward, we've had a great relationship with the city, which you saw just a little bit of that. Looking forward to that continued partnership with city council. It is the season of giving, and what better way to give than to the Ed Foundation? So just a friendly reminder, don't forget to donate. We have 30% participation right now from our families, and hoping to keep the momentum going. Maggie and I had the pleasure of attending the CSBA and we won the Golden Bell Award. Ding, ding. This is for our work in achievement, data and transparency. It's a very prestigious award. And it was an awesome, not the end, but the continuance of the journey that we started 3 years ago. Final one is on November 19th. After trailing 11 points, Cal scored 21 points in the 4th quarter to beat Stanford 27-20 at Memorial Stadium. Thank you. That's in my superintendent update.
Excellent. Any questions for the superintendent? No? Yeah.
I was 0-12.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about that.
Okay, just make sure.
Point of order, board president.
Moving into board action, why we have all of these wonderful people here tonight to join us. We're going into our annual organization meeting section. So we'd like to start off with the oath of office for Ms. Catherine Barrow, myself, and Ms. Jennifer Cole.
This is very special. This is my first swearing in person, which is going to be very exciting. So I would like our newly elected board members, that's Jen Cole, Maggie Bove-Monica, and Kathy Barrow, to come to the front. I want to get you sworn in here officially.
Love me taking pictures.
I'll take a few. Carl, really, do you want to come up?
Oh, no, don't get too close.
Where do you want us to do?
On that side.
You guys can just stand with me if you want.
That side.
Over
Yeah, this is my microphone right here.
here.
All right.
I have a posse here.
Yeah, not too far, Kathy. This is going to get real fast.
Okay.
Got the family. All right. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. All right. If you could raise your right hand. Yeah. It's going to be a 7-member board now. Okay. And repeat after me. I'll go as slow as I can. I state your name.
I, Maggie
America Cole,
I find that quite funny. Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
pretty good. And the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California,
That I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservations.
without any mental reservations
Or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion,
And that I will well and faithfully.
that I will and faithfully.
That was a little rough at the end there. Congratulations, you are officially board members. Let's go up to the desk.
High five.
At this time, we'll have Stephen and Kathy exchange seats.
Shall I say now?
They came all the way from New Zealand, but they did come today. Yeah, from New Zealand.
Take a second. Calibrate here.
No, you're in that.
Okay, next up on board action is the affirmation of the review of roles of boards and members, governance standards, and conflict of interest. Dr. Johnson.
Yes, so there's a slew of documents which the board members have already had access to. And this is an opportunity if there's any questions, you mean like clarifications about your roles and or the governance standards. Kathy and I have had an opportunity to start going through the orientation of these documents. Any questions? If not, it is a board action.
Okay. Board, are there any questions? Seeing no questions, is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Doug. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jen. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. No opposed. Moving on to selection of officers, president, vice president, / clerk.
Thank you, Maggie. At this time, we will look for a nomination for the role of board president.
Role of vice president.
Board president. Thank you.
I'd like to nominate Doug Gardner.
I think that's a great choice, Maggie. I'd like to say that.
Is there any conversation? Any questions? Is there a, all in favor?
Aye.
Sorry. Are there any other nominations?
Are there any other nominations?
Okay, seeing no other nominations, then we can move to a roll call.
Board Member Cole,
Aye.
Board Member Clute,
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Gardner,
Aye.
President Bove LaMonica,
Kathy, takes the vote on this.
correction, Board Member Barrow. Aye. President Bove LaMonica.
Aye.
All in favor, the motion carries.
Yay! Peaceful transfer of power. You want to take over VP motion?
Sure.
Yeah.
So moving on to further selection of officers, is there a nomination for the vice president clerk?
I'd love to nominate Jennifer Cole.
Thank you, Maggie. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Kathy. Are there any other nominations? Hearing silence, I'll take that as a no. Diana, roll call, please.
Board Member Barrow. Aye. Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
Board Member Bove LaMonica. Aye. Board Member Cole.
Aye.
President Garner.
Aye. Motion carries. Congratulations, as president. Now we will rearrange the chairs.
Yeah, well, I thought this was gonna go a lot quicker. I thought it was. I
You
just
just
kept my
seem
bag.
to say something.
We used to like.
Yeah.
Nameplates. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, nameplate.
Much later.
Yeah.
Maybe.
All right, the cloud is a lot thinner now. I guess the excitement is over. Welcome back, everyone, to the new board configuration. Before we move on in the agenda, I wanted to take a moment to thank Maggie for her time as our board president and her leadership over the past year. Maggie has done a really tremendous job of leading this board continually forward, picking up from where Stephen left us off, continuing to lead us through COVID and through all the ups and downs of the school year that we've had into the new school year. I believe, and I'll talk a little bit more about this towards the end, but on a great trajectory of our district, and that is in many ways, thanks to Maggie and her long years of service on this board. As she said earlier, she's been here the longest, so she knows it all. Last man standing, that's for sure. And her leadership each time around as president. So thank you for your time, your effort, your dedication. It is much appreciated. I'll turn to the rest of the board, Quentin or Jen, if they would like to say a few words.
I would. Thank you very much. And yes, I one of the reasons I joined the board in the middle of COVID, which a lot of people thought was an odd time to jump on, was that I looked at the board and was really impressed by its membership and the leaders, and felt like it was a team I wanted to join. And Maggie was an important part of that. This last year has really underlined that, and I've been very, very impressed by your leadership. There have been several moments for me that come to mind. Talking to you when I was thinking about running for the board, talking to you after I won my board seat, and getting your thoughts on how I should approach it. Hearing, I think it might have been your introductory comments when you first became president last year. There was a point where we were sat down at tables down there where I thought you made some really impressive and inspiring comments as our board president about why you were there and what you wanted to do and what you believed about in terms of education. And it was heartening to you to know that you were leading us, and to hear those thoughts, and to be just reminded of the spirit of public service and the high aspirations that you led us with. I'd also point out that, partly thanks to your years of service, but I think also just part due to your hard work, your ethic, and your interest in the topic, you're my go-to person when it comes to sort of how should things work. You know things backwards and forwards. You have a really good mind for how do you navigate difficult issues and lay out a process so that you can work through challenging things. And I've always admired and appreciated that. And lastly, I'll point out that it's always been great to be able to call you just as a thought partner and bounce things off of you and get your thoughts. I really respect your reflections on things, and have relied on your advice many, many times. And this past year, your leadership for all of us was very impressive and very appreciated. Thank you.
I second all those thoughts as well. And also, I really enjoyed this round of watching you be the board president, Maggie, just as a mom as well. And I feel like you come to the job just differently this time than you have in the past. And so I feel like I've learned a great deal just watching how you've navigated school and children and issues as a board president this time, which has just been different than I think than in the past. So it's a great pleasure to always watch how you work. And I feel like I always learn a tremendous amount, and our community is so fortunate to have you as in it, just wanting to do this public service continuously. And you always inspire me to like get on it and let's do it and be a great teammate with me. So it's been a real pleasure. I couldn't think of a better person to do it with. So thank you for being our leader and driving the great work we're doing.
Thank you, Jen. Kathy, if you'd like to.
I haven't been on the board in Vannu, but she's the reason I'm on the board. She talked me into it, so thank you for that. I think. Thank you.
You're in.
I don't know if you, Maggie, anything you'd like to say?
Whoa. Before she gets going, I gotta say a few things too.
Okay,
I got a little wave here. You know?
Oh, I forgot about the wave. I'm sorry.
I got the little wave.
Kind of new to this.
All good, Board President Gardner. Maggie, I echo all the sentiments from your fellow board members. I've had 3 board presidents now. Each have been very different, all fun. Is Steven still here? Yeah, he is. So I can't say anything bad about him. Maggie, I've learned so much from you this prior year, as I have from my prior board members, but you are the consummate professional. You know, it's kind of like what I said with Steven. She's like, what about Maggie? I'm like, she's the pro. So you are an absolute pro. I enjoy working with you, and I enjoy your advice and feedback. Without a doubt, you've not just made me a better superintendent, you for sure have made me a better person. I mean, like, and I do appreciate that. You mean like just person to person. And I also appreciate that we value many of the same things when it comes to public service. So thank you for that. Thank you for your professionalism and navigating this through times. I've just learned so much. So that's why I continue the tradition of the mini wave for the board president.
Thank you so much, everyone. District staff and faculty who are out there, staff and faculty, just you guys make this life so easy. We are citizen board members, and so when we ask for something because we're unprepared, Jason, you and your team just always come and help make our job so much easier. So as board president, like, this is the easiest job in the world to have, because you have a great team in place and you guys do all the work that is important, and you have all the values that are up there as well. It's funny, Quentin, that you mentioned like the start of it, because that's where I was going to go tonight. Is like, I was like, where were we a year ago when we did this and we were on the dais and we were all masked and we were getting yelled at almost every board meeting, which culminated in being called war criminals and violating the Geneva Convention for Human Rights. So, when we say that we're citizen board members, like, I take that seriously, and that we're doing this because we love this work, right? We're doing this because we love this community. We do this because we love the field of public education, and we want to make this community the very best for our kids. We start out this term, my goals for the board were just to think about public institutions and make sure that we support them and believe in them to build a common good. That's how I kicked this off. That is how I close out this term as well. I think we have invested so much, not only in terms of our personal time and creativity to try and make this district better, but we have gone out and sought for the financial resources that we need to build up a public good. And it's critically important for Hermosa. It's critically important for California and the nation. So thank you to the board for making that really easy for us to uplift this public good of Hermosa Beach. We've done great things. Golden Bell was so much fun. I was so pleased that Jen and I kicked that off many, many years ago. And to your point about being a mom, like, it was literally on mat leave. you, me and Jason on phone calls because we weren't allowed to see each other, like trying to work out what this resolution looked like. And now to have it come to fruition. And honestly, to be able to show it off to the state is such a perk. I've had board members up and down the state say, you know, how'd you guys do it? Like, you know, did your district actually put it in place? Did you have to like convince them? It's like, no, they just ran with it. And now there's this really unique way to look at data and how to listen to kids better. So we're crafting the right supports. So thank you for this opportunity to keep doing this work. My last thought on this is, you know, I'm sure Jen and Kathy and I can talk about this at the end, but to serve off this third term, I remember being the youngest person on the board when I came in. And so now to be here 9 years later and to have watched a full completion of students go through the schools, I'm really excited to like see them go off to college now. That's how I'm kind of thinking about it. I get to watch a whole generation go through the Beach City School District. And that's just a privilege of public service and of this community. So thank you to everybody for letting me serve these next 4 years and do this work. We're going to keep making it better than we had it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Maggie. At this point, I'd like to take a few moments to welcome our newest board member, Miss Kathy Barrow. We are very, very excited for you to join the board. It will be worthwhile that Maggie convinced you to do it. I am convinced of that. So welcome. We all look very much forward to working with you over the next 2 to 4 years or more, depending on how we on the lead going forward. But welcome to the board. I don't know if my fellow board members have other thoughts to add, but I'll turn this way at this time.
My first thought is I think I want to change seats if I'm going to be the first person on every topic.
I'll mix it up, I promise.
Okay. I just want to say publicly what I think I've said one-on-one to Kathy, which is welcome. We're very excited to have you here. Your experience in Hermosa is going to be invaluable to us. Your perspective is going to be unique. We love that. My daughter thought you were one of the best teachers she ever had. So, you know, we know that you bring a lot of great perspectives, a lot of great experience, and a lot of goodwill to us. And we're excited to have you.
Thank you, Quinn. I'll go to Jen next. Give Maggie a moment.
Yeah, let's keep it short. But this is, the whole being in the classroom and being at a school site is one experience in this world of education. And I think you're really going to enjoy this new role. And we can't wait to have you. So we feel so honored that you're here, and I'm excited to have you be sitting next to me. And here we go. Let's do it.
Maggie?
Yes. Thank you for saying yes. I think it's the most fun thing. And I know you have a lot of big champions in this town who are excited that you said yes to. Having another educator up here on the board is so appreciated. Doug's like a quasi educator because he's on a school site, but until he faces, the classroom.
Yeah.
But I know Jen and I are excited also just to tip the balance back to women. So I'm really excited for all of those reasons to have you up here.
Thank you very much. And also every single person here has been so welcoming. Stephen he helped me write my candidate statement. I mean, everybody has welcomed me with open arms, and I'm happy to be here. So we'll move. I'm going to learn a ton. I'm going to be quiet until I learn a ton, and then I won't shut up. Okay.
All right. Excellent. Last but not least, I don't know if Jen has anything to say or add. Because she went from regular board member to, I guess, not vice president, but that's kind of, I don't know what that quite means, to be honest. But she's with us for another 4 years. We're very, very excited that she decided to re-up. Yeah, that's you. Yeah. So I very much look forward to continuing to work with you on this board. So welcome back again. I don't know how to put it. So
Happy to be here. Really happy.
Excellent.
I second that.
All right. Moving on. Board business. Very, very exciting things. Establishing the date and time of the regular meetings.
Thank you, Doug. So we will continue on with the second Tuesday of
Wednesday.
Wednesday. Thank you. Sorry.
Trying to change it out already.
Yeah, slip it in. Second Wednesday of each month, we are asking that the board revise the April meeting to be April 5th. That is because the second Wednesday falls during spring break and there's concern that we may not have a quorum. And then in addition, the following Wednesday, the chambers are occupied. Aside from that, it would be the second Wednesday outside of April 5th, and we'll send that revised calendar if the board approves those times and dates.
Are there any questions or comments on the days and times? Seeing none, is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Maggie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jen. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on to authorizing the superintendent as executive secretary to the board.
Doug, if I may make a recommendation to the board to consider adopting items E through G at once with your permission.
Sure.
These items are adopting yours truly as the secretary to the board. Hope that works out. And then the resolution, which is signatures to authorize the board itself. And then all of our policies and procedures and regulations in regard to the organization of this meeting that are subject to our board policy.
I think that's a brilliant idea. Are there any comments or questions on items E, F, or G? Seeing none, is there a motion to adopt all three? So moved. Thank you, Quinn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jen. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Okay, moving on to committees. Everybody's favorites. We have 9 committees this year. There are 5 of us. So that's 1.8 committees per person that we need to go through. Some of them are more time and labor intensive than others. We all kind of know that. But I'm hopeful that everybody will step up to the plate and kind of evenly distribute these, 1 to 2 per person. I think on these, we should go through kind of similar we did with the last one, go through each one, and then we can vote all together at the end on who the representative for each one will be.
Yes, I think that'd be a great way of going about it.
Okay.
Ask a clarifying question.
Sure.
I is president already, letter.
Yes.
That one's president. Are there any others, Doug, that are automatically you?
No.
The tri-agency meeting, which I believe is listed as item P, has historically been the board president. I do recommend to the board that under the new format that was under Stephen and Maggie, that the board consider splitting that off, that the board president take the compact. I think that is a good idea, but I do believe that the tri-agency meeting can be separated that. And I think there actually would be benefit from it being represented by a greater diversity of the board.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to go down these ones and hopefully folks volunteer. Let's see how it goes. Starting with the HBF and HVPTO representative for their general meetings. I believe it is 6 meetings a year. There was one last night. Is there a volunteer to represent the board at those meetings? Ms. Barrow. Excellent.
That's my thing.
Terrific. You're in. All right. Great start. All right. Moving on. All right. We're going to keep rolling here. The city school compact. That's me. I'm going to take it. Done. All right. The LCAP committee. I think we have a volunteer on the left, on the far left.
I will volunteer for that one.
Okay. Thank you.
But the LCAP is changing, right? The most recent meetings have talked about it sort of morphing.
That's correct. So every year the LCAP is revised, and that process starts an alignment. This is why we've backed up board goals as well too, to make sure that those 2 documents are corresponding with each other. So it's like both trains drive at the same time. So you will be part of a revision, and then the LCAP is also adopted on a 3-year process, where it's a completely new LCAP.
Jen, what are you still interested in?
Well, I'm probably still interested in the wellness and the equity and inclusion.
Okay, so the wellness, can I put you down for wellness?
Sure, but I don't, if
Vice
Maggie is
Maggie.
interested in.
That's fine with me.
Kathy. Fine. Okay.
Okay, the LA County School Trustees, Laxta.
Doug, I just want to make sure I'm tracking because I'm taking the notes. So do I have Board Member Cole for Wellness Committee?
Yes.
No, equity, was it wellness or equity inclusion?
Both.
Sorry.
Those,
Oh, yeah.
I sit on both of those currently,
Got
and
it.
I just feel like that might be great to just
Keep.
continue.
Yeah, we just haven't gotten to the equity yet. So Laxta, which is an LA County, Alaco board. I think they meet once a month. Most of the meetings are hybrid or Zoom.
The only ones I'm really interested in are like Beach Cities Health or tri-agency partnerships. So I'm happy to take either or both. But
Okay.
I have no interest in Trustees Association, the LA County one. If anybody else wants to zoom in on those.
The school district organization that I think is one meeting a year, so that's a good one to volunteer for. God, volunteered.
Is that Quentin or Doug?
That one was Quinn.
Oh, okay.
Kathy, are you interested in learning about LA County school trustees?
It's
How many meetings
fascinating.
is it?
It's 1 month or 6 months. Yeah, during the school year.
As you can make them.
As you can make them, there's no pressure.
Have you guys ever been to one?
I have. They're all right.
You've been going.
Every once in a while.
What's the benefit for us? What's the benefit for us going to that? Just Maggie.
It's just another show the county to represent, smaller school districts.
I concur with Doug, because I've talked to other superintendents about this, that it's for sure a come as you go, come as you please. If it speaks to you, my recommendation to the board would be for a board member, if it speaks to their growth, then they should attend. If it does not, they can feel free to take more of a back seat, because I don't think that there's competition to attend that.
No, there's not.
I'll do it. I mean, I guess. Thanks, Maggie. Yes.
All right.
Do we still meet as a board presidents weekly? Maggie?
There's a monthly meeting.
Monthly? No?
It's not a formal committee, but I will continue to
You'll do that. Okay.
do that. Yes. No, it's now monthly.
It's now monthly. Okay.
Yeah.
During COVID, it was weekly.
So equity inclusion will be Jen and Maggie, Beach Cities.
Yeah, I'm open to the last two if nobody else is interested.
All right, then it's you.
The Youth Coalition.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I think we have, Jason, you got it all?
I would just like to make note to the board, and we'll be presenting more about this evening. Though it is not an official committee, the board president has historically been the Measure S liaison. Though Measure S is complete, our projects and ongoing capital projects is very much not, and I'll talk about that. And I would recommend to the board to continue to have a board liaison. And I would also furthermore recommend to the board that Maggie Bove-LaMonica continue on as that liaison, particularly because a lot of the projects that I will talk about this evening are in relation to Hermosa View, which is actually the precedent that the board set by having the board president, Steve McCall, continue on for Hermosa
Outgoing.
Vista.
Yeah.
So Maggie, are you wanting to do all three of those things?
I'm happy to be an unofficial person. We're not meeting weekly anymore, right?
No, so there'd be no weekly meetings, but she would be my liaison to the board to discuss construction. I would also continue, like we have, continue to keep the board president as updated.
Okay.
So just so I have clarity, do you think that will ramp up since the list of projects is gonna, I don't want to put that on you.
I do consult with Maggie. We do like a 30-minute check-in on a weekly basis. And I feel confident at this time that we can build that into our time and to be able to accommodate, or Maggie is very gracious about making the time for that as well too, as on an as needed basis, if you're comfortable with that, Maggie, and the board.
Unless the board has concerns, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
It was a.
You're good. We're good.
Stephen on it.
Thank you, board.
Okay.
Doug, for a point of
Yeah.
clarification, on this piece of paper, the board member representation, it does not have the Beach Cities Health District Youth Coalition on there.
Maybe it was on
Maybe
another
it's,
page I didn't
maybe it's a
print.
different page.
What green paper are you referencing?
Then I printed up, I had all the committees, but.
Is now on the soft copy list that I'm looking at.
Okay.
Okay. So then is there a motion to select the representatives for 9.1 HIJK LMNOP?
I'll move.
Thank you, Kathy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Quinn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Excellent. Thank you, everybody. That was smooth. Much appreciated. All right, moving on to board reports. Maggie, CSBA update.
My only report is I'm actually not a delegate anymore. I was somehow kicked off in the past 6 months and I didn't realize it. So I'm still trying to figure out how that happened, but I'm not a delegate, so we're okay.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other board reports? Jen.
Well, I did go to both the wellness meeting and the equity meeting in the last 2 weeks, and I'll just give a brief update on the wellness committee. The wellness rooms at both the school sites are just turning into fantastic spaces. I mean, they are just running with it and they look amazing. They're going to be great spaces for kids. And the district and the staff at the school is super excited about them. So it's fun to see where it's going to go. The last meeting with wellness group, we did have, I don't have my notes in front of me, Jason, but maybe you could remind me. There was like a lot of great brainstorming.
We discussed the challenge day as an opportunity to perhaps hold the challenge day, which is a program in itself at Alcove. So we're investigating that with Beach Cities Health District. So like almost hitting 2 in 1, doing this interesting program that's like a comprehensive day that really engages kids while also doing it at the Alcove space. So that's like a dream that we're working on. And then we discussed in depth social media education resources, and we have a partner that we are exploring that, we're looking at the format. And then we're also creating the council's creating a parent one sheet that is like the quick and dirty social media resources for parents that are like in crisis and need something right then, right there.
And hopefully it'll be a resource tool that the staff can use to give to parents as well. And we're going to have it vetted by, we have students from Miracosta on the committee as well that are going to help vet some of those resources as well. And then on the equity meeting, we met yesterday. Yeah, sorry, they all blend together. And that group was great. We did a kind of a study on an article, which was just a great way to ground, I think, the conversation. And then we really took a deep dive into looking at resources and tools potentially that teachers could use, as well as looked at the data dashboard and looked at it with the perspective. The conversation was so rich. We had the school psychologist there, who's my new best friend. I just love her, but she was fantastic, and just how she articulated how we should use the tools. And so it was a really rich meeting.
Yes, I believe the lens was described by me as the average Joe Bear.
But it was great. So definitely 2 fantastic meetings in the last couple of weeks.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, moving on then to superintendent report and board discussion, starting with R-22-23. The first interim budget reporting update, Ms. Montalvo.
Hi, good evening.
Hello.
Is it working? Yes.
Not very well.
I'm here to share the first interim report. This is financial transactions from July to the end of October. We'll wait for the presentation. Okay, here's our HBCSD goals. We're focusing on community tonight and of course, financial stewardship. At the end of the first interim reporting, the district is in good financial standing. We did receive an additional almost $1 million in one-time funding for COVID relief and learning loss mitigation. And pending our collective bargaining agreement that will be later in the presentation, when that's in place, the reserves remain above 20%. Some of the new revenues, I wanted to highlight the new revenues that are in the new budget in the first interim report. The Learning Loss Recovery Block Grant and the Arts and Music Grant are the one-time funding dollars that are the COVID relief dollars. These are going to come to us over the course of 7 years and will be expended over the course of 7 years. The Arts and Music Grant, the district will be putting together a plan on how we're going to spend those dollars and bring it to the board for approval. The early intervention preschool dollars, we're going to use those dollars to serve students that we're already serving. The Universal Pre-K grant was written by Ms. Gluck and approved by the board last December. We will be using those funds to ramp up the pre-K program. We're going to be bringing in students earlier this next year. We'll be buying additional curriculum, kindergarten appropriate, pre-K kindergarten appropriate furniture, professional development for the new staff that we'll be bringing in to teach those programs. At the end of the first interim, I want to highlight that we'll have a net surplus of $625,000, which is awesome. When we look at our multi-year projections, I want to highlight the net surplus all 3 years across the board. This multi-year projection does not include the negotiated salary increase, but I will share that next after. The salary increases that have been negotiated, the total compensation package for the 22-23 school year is going to run about $857,000. And you're going to be talking about that later in tonight's meeting and also in January. The multi-year projection, this version does include the salary increases. So when you look across the board, want to highlight that the reserve level does stay above 20% after we include those in the budget. Any questions?
Let's turn to the board for questions. I'll start on my right side this time. Kathy, John, any questions?
Just a quick question. So when we have that net surplus of the deficit, what's our next step on something like that? Then we see where we're going to cut. What do we want to do on that?
So this will be reported at second interim, and also at second interim, the enrollment will be updated based on our current enrollment for P2, what it's projected to be. So there will be a shift in revenue. So we'll have to see where we're at. The deficit would actually come out of the reserve. We'll spend the cash out of the reserve.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. May Glenn.
So there are two tables. One didn't have the negotiated salary increases. One did. What are the other, I don't know, major moving pieces that may not be included in the second table? So I'm trying to figure out if the second table are numbers we can rely on, or if they're like big missing chunks there still.
Can you further clarify what you mean by big missing chunks?
Well, like, for example, have we assumed, flat or growing enrollment? Have we assumed, some same higher HBEF contributions?
Let's take it in pieces. So this does assume enrollment and growth that's been presented to the board mean like for since last January. And it is based off the moderate projection, which is not the recommendation of our data analytics company. However, we recognize that we beat those projections. So what we did, which we talked about more thoroughly in the summer workshop, was we took a middle road in those enrollment projections where we didn't go with the conservative recommendation, but at the same time too, we went with moderate, which still fell slightly below the projections where we actually ended up at 1272.
So there may be revenues may be higher if enrollment goes up. What kind of assumptions have we made about legislative changes that we may think are coming or not coming?
So the legislative changes, will get more information at the January governor's workshop. So we'll be able to make those adjustments in that January, February, March, which will be presented at the second interim. And also at second interim, we'll update the enrollment from moderate to what we're currently at, because we will be reporting to the state our P2 data.
The budget calculations in the first interim report are based off of the last projections, which they called a flat COLA, which I believe was between 4% and 5% over the 3 years, if that's accurate. And that was recommended by school services as what we would call the legislative projection, to put it another way.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Paula.
Okay, thank you.
All right, moving on to R-23-2223, the safety update. Dr. Johnson.
There. Hi, good evening. Tonight we are providing another update about school safety. This is an update that has been provided beginning in August, where we begin to publicly report the efforts that we've done in the last 3 years under my administration in regard to safety. The reason I say publicly report is because we've been working on these things for the last 3 years, granted in the context of COVID. But there became more public interest, understandably so, post Uvalde. So in turn, we began to provide updates to the board and to the public about what those efforts look like. So this is a basic summary of that process. And just to recap, we conducted August through September a tabletop exercise with the city officials and law enforcement, as well as a comprehensive safety assessment through ASKIP. Martin Hanneman was our assessor, and they did the same assessment back in 2017. The Hermosa leadership team, as part of these efforts, post these assessments in the fall months, have been meeting site by site, and then also as a cabinet team in order to review the recommendations from the tabletop exercise, as well as from the assessment, and in order to create an action plan and continuing the process of ongoing improvement, as we've done so for the last few years. The action plan itself consists of short, low-hanging fruit items, as well as annual long-term items that would have to go before the board, for example, such as capital projects. And tonight, some of these projects I'll put in front of the board, not as board action, but as continuing to seek board direction. That we would bring before the board in some cases as bid projects or as board action / consent items due to the nature of the size of the projects themselves. So on November 1st, we held a tabletop exercise actually in this room. It was full. There's standing room only. And that consisted of all law enforcement, city officials, and Hermosa Beach leadership team. It was a full day. It was led by a former FBI agent, and it really was a simulation of, in the event of an armed intruder event at Hermosa Valley School, how would the school, city, and law enforcement respond from beginning to end. It was an eye-opening experience. Our team greatly benefited from it. We've had many follow-up meetings afterwards. Case in point, literally yesterday, Jessica Bledsoe and the Chief of Police, Paula Barron, and I were meeting in order to do some follow-ups in regard to some of the command center learnings that we had from it. But the most important thing is not so much what we accomplished as what we realized we need to accomplish. I say that because, you know, most schools and cities and police departments do not do this. And it became very telling how our organizational structures are so different and operate in such a different way, to the point where one of the first things we realized, and we actually just completed last week, was everyone now in the city, law enforcement, school leadership, as well as city officials, now have a comprehensive list of everyone's cell phone number and their job title and actually what the heck they do. So in the event of emergency, the school leadership team, along with city and police leadership, have a master contact list of everyone to be reached by cell phone. We also revamped some of our radio protocol practices and connecting it with the police department in the event of emergency if cell phones weren't operating. And now we're currently working on mutual aid agreements. So with Brandy Villanueva, we're working on a bus mutual aid agreement with LACO, as well as we're working on with PD in the city about safe routes in the event that certain cities needed to be shut down, certain streets need to be shut down, and what would be our pathways. So I'm giving you a glimpse into the depth of this work. And this is just another example of how powerful the partnership is between ourselves and the city. And we look forward to continuing this work. And there's Paul out of uniform as well, too. Look how handsome he looks. Sharp. Okay. Acknowledge, care, tell. So this is our adoption of the Sandy Hook Promise Say Something program. So credit to Hermosa Valley. We were like, you know, we shared with the board that we wanted to move forward with the Say Something initiative based off of some of our experiences from last school year. And the Hermosa Valley took this and ran with it, and they created their own Acknowledge, Care, Tell. And we really melded the Say Something program with this phrase and the things that it means on their campus. Acknowledge, Care, Tell is like a see something, say something, but it comes from the space not as someone that is simply reporting something to get someone in trouble or because they fear. It comes out of care. You mean, so it's really trying to change the dialogue about why we report something to an adult. You mean, like, it's because, I mean, like, we want to acknowledge the person who's in crisis and we care about them, but we must tell as well too, so that they can get the help that they need. And kudos to the Valley team for just really coming at it from a kid-centered approach. We were in equity and inclusion yesterday, and a student who sits on the committee was sharing why they go to their teachers and share what they do. And, you know, one of the things I, you know, it's cliche, but it's so true. It's like, you know, because I know that she'll, and it was a she in this case, that she'll listen to me and she cares about me. You mean, like, you know, that's what we're striving for. And we have a great groundwork there at Hermosa Valley. And we, building off of that, they did run their first run, hide, fight drill in November. And then they launched from that, from November to December, their anti-bullying lessons. Hermosa Valley is doing something very unique, that they've taken the second step social skills curriculum. And now they're having, rather than having teachers teach it, they're having student leaders teach it. So it's peer-to-peer. And that was based off feedback that students had provided about it, one of which I had received in the Superintendent Advisory Council. So we're really trying to be agile in our approach, because I will continue to recommend to the board that while I do think that perimeter barriers and things at the school are important, 95% of our efforts should be focused on what's happening on the internal of the school and the social emotional well-being of our students, because that is really going to be our greatest defense against an incident. We, as far as Vista and, oh, hey, let's get a party out there. Huh? So the rollout to Vista is going to occur in spring 2023. We do think that 3rd and 4th grade, this is still age appropriate. So that is our next step for Acknowledge, Care, Tell. Cool acronym too, ACT. Jessica likes that. The comprehensive safety assessment, I won't go as deep into because we've talked about that with the board as well as in prior sessions. And you can see some of the next steps, the low hanging fruit. One of the bigger learnings was, from that training that I'll continue to reiterate, from the assessment, we'll continue to reiterate. When I asked Martin, I said, if I were to turn down every recommendation that you made, and I said, you only get one, what would it be? And he said, that's easy. Training for your staff. He's like 100%. More important than anything that you can build or do, how your staff responds in the event of an armed intruder or an emergency in general is truly what will save lives. So to that point, we have loaded up on trainings. We have upcoming trainings in CPR, Stop the Bleed, a vigilance training. And then one of the reasons we were meeting with Paula Barron yesterday with Jessica is to do a mini tabletop exercise, either at the end of this year or in the beginning of the 23-24 year, school site based, to continue that conversation that was so rich here on the site level. So from the safety assessment, I will share some of the information from that safety assessment because some of it involves board approvals that we hope to bring before the board as projects. So to highlight just a few that we are, looking to find solutions for when a campus does need to lock down. Can doors and windows be covered? At many of our school sites, we are limited by that. I would say Valley is the school site where we know that our work is cut out for us, and we are going to bring a proposal to the board about establishing blinds across that campus. It's going to be very custom, which I know Valley will like if you look at their staff lounge, that because the campus is so eclectic. So it's not like you can just do something standard across the way. You have, circle windows and, square windows and rectangle windows. So we're doing a site walk in the next couple of weeks in order to take a look and start to scale what it would take to do blinds across campus. If we're going to do it, let's do it right. In some cases, it's mirrors or corner mirrors that we notice were blind spots that we'd like to establish, so there's no blind spots on our campus. Another one that we are having Redmond currently look at, which is our lock company, is establishing on each of the gates an alarm that when triggered will just go off. So if someone were to pop a gate, and it's a time of day when that gate shouldn't be popped, there's a ding that goes off. I thought that was pretty cool. So that just draws attention to an area, right? No one can necessarily just slip through a gate. That's also a protection in reverse too, if a student, is trying to leave campus when they're not supposed to. And then we had a presentation done to us for a PA system. So our PA system at Hermosa, Vista, and View and parts of View is like the Cadillac of PA systems. Thank you, Measure S. So we would like to standardize that across the district based off of our learnings of one of the most important things is the ability, to call a lockdown or to call an armed intruder. And rather than relying on PA systems that are from the 70s, we have a system where the principal would be able to click a button on their phone and immediately across not just a school site, but even a district, that all of the PA systems would start to alert armed intruder, take cover. It's pretty cool. So those are items that we'll bring to the board, and much of this technology is already in existence as part of Measure S. Just continuing on there, there's some things that we're just doing right now that you'll see as a consent item. So for example, it was recommended that all safety backpacks have glass breakers in them in the event that the only way out of a classroom was to break through the glass of their windows. There are other areas that we've already completed this work, such as in the library at Hermosa View. which needed a frosted tinting on that exterior door that leads to the parking lot. And these are just things that were low hanging fruit for us to go ahead and tackle. These are future considerations for the board. I will not go through them in detail because we will bring them to the board in pieces as contract work, which I'll talk a little bit about in our next presentation in construction. What I will say is that some of this work, is within our means with the funds that we have through maintenance and operations funds and our developer fee funds, as well as our remaining Measure S dollars and or state matching dollars. And some of it is probably beyond our capacity and would be for the board to decide about a financial commitment into the future. For example, one thing we learned is there is a new technology, which is artificial intelligence camera monitoring systems. The future is now, very much so, but this probably is the future. It's not a guy who's sitting there watching all the cameras across your campus. That it is a system that is capturing unusual movement in certain parts of the campus, and that triggers an alarm and response. As always, we value community participation. It is very much a team effort for safety. And another learning that I had from the tabletop exercise is that it is such a city effort in order to keep our citizens safe. And I know also too that in order to run a successful school district, you require community input. This is a list of all the various ways to get involved. And I can assure you that all of these organizations contribute to the safety of our schools. This is a list of what is next. It's busy, busy, busy. And we're going to keep on going. One thing that I'd like to highlight off this list is that the Watchdogs program is coming. I was at the View Vista Watchdogs night. Hillary did a great job. Rosalind Robinson led it last week at the Watchdog kickoff for Valley, and both programs are launching for January 2023. So you'll see dads out there in their big dorky purple shirts and having a good time with kids. So looking forward to getting just more presence on our campus from our parents. I think that contributes to the inner culture. It's that 95% that we're working on, and a little bit of that 5% as well too, because you see that dad in that dorky shirt walking around, you're gonna think twice about doing something kooky. What can you do to help? Here are all the various ways. That I think you should, our community should consider about getting involved. And I really want to highlight donating to HBF. Sure, it seems simple, but honestly, a lot of these efforts, they cost dollars. And that includes, I will just start with that our counselors are partially funded by HBF dollars. Thank you, Hermosa Beach Education Foundation. Good choice. And that contributes to the safety of our schools. Mental health and wellness is just so important as the lead in trying to tackle this problem, which is a societal problem. At this time, I'll take any questions. Thank you, board.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. We'll turn to the board for questions. Maggie, we'll start with you.
Thanks, Dr. Johnson, for that presentation. Two questions on that. One, off of the professional development that the teachers receive, I can imagine just being in their own shoes of having to go through a stop the bleed training could be really emotionally charged, probably traumatic. Do we link any of that to the wellness solace programs that Sylvia helps administer? Do we kind of make that direct tie of hey, this is hard stuff and that's not what you signed up for, but
that has been addressed by HBA, and it was also feedback I received in the snacks of the superintendent, particularly after one training that was a trauma training. So one learning we had from that is that we need to choose wisely about the trainings that we bring in. Nothing against the trainer that came in, but I would say that, different staffs require different approaches, and just being mindful that this is a heavy subject. And I also think it's more important for us to focus on what we need to do versus the nature of things that have happened in the past. I think everyone at this point understands the seriousness. I think it's more now a matter of hey, what can I do to help? And I do think that our staff has always been at the forefront of safety. I'll just start with COVID. and how they, put themselves on the line to get kids back in schools. With that said, yes, there's two things that I'm investigating that have not come to fruition. So one is it has been my dream to have a counselor non-affiliated with staff to come to campus and be available to staff on just at certain times. And it's funny because this was an idea that we had as part of the wellness initiative. We just couldn't figure out why would someone want to go or nominate themselves to go. So we're looking into bringing someone in to do the day after a train, just be available. So there's a sub that could go, but the trigger, so to speak, would be I'm going because I had a heavy conversation yesterday. You mean and if they choose to talk about something else, that's fine. But I think sometimes it helps to have a reason. And then the Equity and Inclusion Committee, who was also looking at trauma, suggested, I think this is funny. So we were looking at doing, I have brought in before, and we did it at Valley, a wellness dog that's available through RBPD and our own police force. The problem though, is that it's very hard to bring in a wellness dog for students and staff because they're better at a focus, because I've used them before. The dogs literally start to sweat and get tired because that's just how they're trained. So the Equity and Inclusion suggested having a puppy party. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we forgot to mention that. So the puppy party. So I have been calling puppy party companies, and I have a meeting set up if they will do a puppy party after one of our heavy duty trainings. So stay tuned for that. I'm not saying it's a silver bullet, but I do think that's pretty out of the box. The puppy box.
My second question.
Yes.
Not dog related. If you could just quickly go back down to the ACT slide. I think all of these suggestions were spot on. And I guess one of the things that I'm recollecting from conversations that happens every year with our data that we get about kids and safety and just how it's really hard to measure off of how kids perceive safety. So off of the ACT page. And I was curious if there is any way to measure if any of these items can see if they actually meet the needs of kids. How do we know that they're working? Can you go back a couple more? That's the ACT. There we go.
So I can follow up with with Cassie Riley, which Jen Cole through Wellness Council has been part of that conversation when this was presented. And there's also the My Safety Net Day or the Signs of Suicide, where they do a full comprehensive assessment across campus. So I think that is a good indicator. Additionally, the California Healthy Kids Survey, as well as Panorama, has SEL wellness indicators. That I think is good triangulated data. And then we're also receiving the data itself. Obviously, that's highly confidential, and it is being inputted as anonymous.
Yep.
That's qualitative data. I would not publicly share it, but I would say that we do have access to, I wouldn't say that they're quant measures, but qualitative measures of effectiveness. And this is a benefit of being small with a 400 kid class, right? You're taking a dashboard, so to speak, type assessment, of how that class is faring from a climate standpoint. So I think we have a lot of measures in that regard. I do think it begs the question is, how does one truly measure? And I don't know if I'm prepared to answer that question, but I will circle back with that question to Ms. Bledsoe and Jessica and Cassie Riley, just to continue to consider it.
Right. I'm just going to hammer this with one other point. I think we do a lot of really, really great interventions and great programs to help address the needs of students on campus as it pertains to social and emotional. And I'm just curious if it's recognized, the kids have to be at school. And so they see all these things. And I'm wondering if it's any of the outside things that just happen while they're here for the majority of their day. If you blame school because that's where you are for most of it, or if the programs we're doing are actually not effective, or if, just trying to get into it, because we haven't seen an uptick in our data on social emotional in a while, right? Like it's been stagnant or declining in some spots. And that's not across all the measures. I know we have a lot of measures, but historically we haven't trended up on it.
I'd have to follow up on that in order just to kind of look at it, because I agree with your assessment that it hasn't risen in the way that I think that our academic achievement has like clearly been like, and ta-da, you mean like we did well. At the same time too, yeah, I'd want to reflect on how to better articulate, you mean like what's the state of things? Yeah. And we did dial down the qualitative surveys based off of feedback. And so we're looking to get the panorama data in February to be presented to the board in March. And then the California Healthy Kids Survey, I believe, comes in April. And that was done by design. Mm-hmm. Same answer though, that I will go back and look at those data on the equity dashboard is actually a place, and maybe come back with a board update about where were areas that we felt we were underperforming. I know that it's been a conversation on the leadership team, and then I think both principals have done a great job about, we address that opportunities for participation, the student engagement piece, where students have voice and choice, performs lower than we like it to be. That is, anyone that knows the California Healthy Kids Survey, that is a statewide issue. And I talked to my team about that, but that is an area that we want to improve on. And that's why we've been participating as a leadership team in personalized learning professional development with a consultant from Da Vinci. I know her well. And so we continue to try to, a big part of that is about, on that climate, if students have more agency, you mean like, then it can alleviate a lot of these types of issues, because it does stem from that, right? Where school is an imposing place versus a place where you feel like that you have voice and choice. Hence initiatives like the Superintendent's Advisory Council, what Jessica's doing with the Spirit Games and the Wellness Center. These are all initiatives that are linked to us looking at the panorama data in the California Healthy Kids Survey. Sorry to go on, but it's a good question to reflect upon.
Thank you.
Thank you, May. Other questions? All right. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Moving on to R-24-2223, the tri-agency report.
Wow. Quick draw McGee over there. All right. Hi, everybody. So tonight I'm going to report on the tri-agency partnership. I love this relationship with Beach City's Health District and the city. We've already talked a lot about our successes. We 2 years ago changed the format of these meetings. I never experienced them, but historically it was that the boards of each meeting came together in order to talk about collaboration and brainstorm. The challenge of that is that it is a meeting subject to Brown Act, so therefore it must be a public meeting, as well as, it's hard enough to get the 5 of us in a room. Imagine trying to get 15. So that is why we moved to a different model where it is the executive along with the president or mayor. And at Beach City's Health District, it's Tom Backley, the CEO, along with their board president. It's been a great process, and each of us comes with a little mini presentation. And Hermosa Beach, Hermosa School is true to nature. We've kind of led the way here and established the theme as safety in Hermosa. So I'm going to share a little bit about our collaboration and some of the initiatives that we're doing as a team from that meeting. And each of the respective agencies goes back and does the same report. So here are our goals, and we always try to bring it back to our goals in any initiative that we're engaged in. And a big part of this is, it's important, is with each of these respective agencies that they know when we share our goals with them and what we're working towards over the course of the year and hopefully the next 5 to 10 years. So here are our priority areas: campus safety, personal safety, and community safety. And we'll take an opportunity to review some of those specific areas. what I love about this is each of these things is not just a dream, it's very real. And we're working on it, and it's in process. So it's very exciting. So for personal safety, some of the areas are getting our students access to the alcove, which I won't go deep into because, like I shared earlier about the project that we're working on to get our students there through an activity. Another one that I'll highlight is our collaboration on fentanyl. I give lots of credit to Chief Paul LeBaron. I feel like he was way ahead on this issue with his public service announcement last year about fentanyl being sold via social media. So Beach Cities provided a professional development for all youth leadership and at the Beach Cities Health District facility over at Adventureplex. It was eye-opening, and so from that, I looked over at Sylvia and I was like, we got to do something. So we immediately started getting our staff trained in the administration of Naxalone, which is the antidote to a fentanyl overdose. And we will have Naxalone at our Valley campus school site, and we will be training our staff across the district. To anyone that is watching that is a parent, and I'm speaking as a parent, if you are not aware or educated about fentanyl, you should be. Watch a video, talk to someone who's educated about it. It is something that has caught my attention, and I feel for my brothers and sisters that work at the high school level, but I can tell you that it impacts all of us. Just because your child is at elementary, the incidental overdoses are rampant, and as you can see, that fentanyl is being snuck into our country or made, in some cases, disguised as candy. So it's a difficult subject, but it's something that we're going to continue to work with our students and community for. And you've seen on our social media and through messaging that we've been putting out a lot of messaging about educating yourself and your community and your family about fentanyl. Campus safety. So this ranges all the way from like the safety efforts, which I won't go deep into because we've talked about them, to social media education. The Wellness Council has been engaged in this effort, but through South Bay Families Connected, we were able to find a social media consultant that we really like, Kim Diglio, which we're in the process of figuring out how to work with. But one of the things that I love about part of the Wellness Council that I shared through the tri-agency is about parent education and kind of renewing these efforts coming out of COVID. I think a lot of work was being done in this area, and then it was very disrupted by the focus on COVID, because that is where the immediate threat lay. And our work with in conversation with Beach Cities Health District is to redirect now this attention back to the efforts that they were making with social media education. And so through the Wellness Council, I shared this app, Bark, which was shared with us by a parent in the community, and continuing to, kind of come back and dial in to get parent education out there. I went to a great speaker through South Bay Families Connected last year, at the end of last year, and then bringing this work to our students. There's a great video being filmed with PD right now. That's a social media TikTok video through HBPD and Danica Brown. And when it comes out, you're all going to lose your mind. It's great. But I think part of this too is harnessing the power of social media for good. So that's a big part of our effort. That's why we like Kim Diglio, because her message is not, don't use social media. Her message is, since we're all using social media, how can we go about this in a very healthy, mindful way? Then finally, community safety. We have such awesome efforts. So the homeless initiative continues to come to fruition. And kudos to Miss Adriana Rangel, who's going to be running, having a youth homeless speaker that we connected with through Harbor Interfaith, who's going to speak to each of the 8th grade classes, and they're going to do a reflective week activity on it. He got really sick, so we had to postpone it, but it's coming. This is the next step in our homeless awareness assemblies. That the first one occurred last year. And then bike safety, we continue to take our steps, the bike safety partnership. I think I can share this now. the city of Hermosa, as well as Beach Cities Health District Beach Cities Health District wrote us a grant, and the city of Hermosa has agreed to co-fund e-bike safety rodeos. And we're looking to extend those efforts. But what I love about this is it's like true joint effort. And from the Hermosa Beach Police Department filming videos with us and being part of our education efforts, all the way to, like Beach Cities Health District being a co-sponsor and providing information to us. It's been a great partnership, and I think there's more to come, and we're going to continue to bring to the board some of the things that we'd like to try to do with e-bike safety. And then finally, simple efforts, because I do think this is part of community safety, but I had the pleasure of reading the strategic development economic plan that was put out by the city, and I was like, darn, I want to be a part of this. And so we for December started our Shop Local initiative. So through our social media, through our principal communications, my last superintendent message, encouraging our families to shop local. We've been supported by Hermosa Beach businesses for years with the Ed Foundation. And so, what can we do to give back to them as well too? If our local businesses do well, the school does well. So we're going to continue that effort, and we want to do it beyond just the holiday season and continue to promote our local businesses, and encourage our community to keep it Hermosa. And at this time, I'll take questions.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Are there any questions for the superintendent? Looking to my right. Jen?
Just a great job. It's great to read it. I love the focuses around safety.
Thank you. To my left? Nothing. All right. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Moving on to R-25-2223, the Hermosa View construction update. I believe we have our team on the Zoom.
Yes, and I'll give the floor to Erickson Hall, who will be the presenter, and then I will present afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you.
As well too. If our local businesses do well, the school does well. So we're going to continue that effort, and we want to do it beyond just the holiday season and continue to promote our local businesses, and encourage our community to keep it Hermosa.
Mr. Gates? Are you there?
I saw him for a second there. There he is.
Yeah, you have to love technology. How's everyone this evening?
Good evening.
Good.
Good.
All right, Nathan too. Welcome.
All righty.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry.
Go right ahead. We're here for the final construction update for Hermosa View. And that is a good looking school, isn't it?
Beautiful.
It was a great effort. So next slide. We'll go through the final GMP review. We'll give you a construction update of what's left to do and next items. Wanted to kind of sprinkle in some original photos. The one up in the corner was the original entrance to the school, and that now we've got a full driveway, drop-off zone, really a tremendous facelift and repurposing the entire property. Next slide. Again, project contingency update. Just going back 18 months, 20 months ago, our original GMP off the plans was just over $27.3 million. Between partnership and working with our district, our design partners, and our trade partners, we squeezed this down to a final $23,320,800 project. We've utilized just about all the contingency, but there's about $5,200 that'll be coming back to the district. We hit all of the goals that the district was looking for and then some. So really a tremendous success by all of the partners working together and getting it done. Next slide. Then updates from June to now. Our main courtyard was still dirt, and now we've got the shade structures in place, opening up to the cafeteria and the multi-purpose building, as well as the front entrance with no paving or sidewalks. And there's a great picture of it. Just a tremendous project. The team on site, Anthony, Nat Riddle, George Cruz, and Cecilia just did a great job, as well as the SVA team out there helping us working through issues. And I wanted to flash back when we first started the job. We had the fire department out there punching holes in the ceilings, practicing their entrances into buildings. So it was really, truly a great community effort. Next slide. And again, see a giant hole on the left side, working through progress photos of June to finished product with students in the classrooms. Next slide. And then the administration office there with the conference room finished up, as well as the upper kinder building with the playground area there. Really, again, tremendous partnership. You've talked about community excellence. The team, the community, and the board, as well as district staff, really exemplified that effort. Next slide. So when we're currently finishing punch list. My latest update is we have 7 items remaining. We're working on, I believe we finished the HVAC training. We'll be turning over video of it, so you can utilize that as new staff come on board. Again, this front, the main building, the amount of material we exported from the site in terms of both demolition and soils is really a tremendous feat. Just a great project, great design, and really this is something that's going to go on our front page on our website and on our Christmas cards for a few years to go. Next slide. And then we're finalizing commissioning. We're into maintenance, landscape maintenance, and wanted to bring up the picture of the groundbreaking with the board there and the shovels. Again, we at Erickson Hall really appreciated the opportunity and the trust that you gave us and letting us build this project, and we really appreciate it. And with that, next slide. Any questions?
I'll turn to, thank you, Matt, and thank you, turn to the board for any questions or comments. I'll start on this end. Quinn?
Just great work, guys. It's great. I live right in the back right-hand corner, top corner of that photo is just my house. And it's been great to see it come along. It's great to see it finished, and you guys did great work. So thank you very much.
Maggie?
Yeah, Nathan, Matt, I so appreciate the partnership we've had with you. Both of your faces feel so familiar after all these years on Zoom doing this work. And when Nathan used to fly down for just the 45-minute presentation. So thank you again for all your partnership. I think my questions, though, go more into what does this relationship look like as I have small children, so they break things all the time. So I can just see how like things at schools get broken quickly. How does this work for the next few months in terms of when we find things that might have an issue with them where they weren't put in correctly or it was the wrong fit for the wrong piece. Like, how does this relationship go in terms of making sure that the work that was into it lasts beyond this initial period? Car hits the building, who knows?
Right. We've turned over closeout documents, and that will include all warranties, included extended warranties. We're your point of contact, that we can bring our trade partners in that affect any warranty items or any issues that pop up. We're here for the duration, and believe we have extended warranties for roofing and some of the low voltage items, as well as the HVAC and the the electrical systems. So as things come up, you reach out to us, we will get the right people there and coordinate getting out there and getting things fixed.
Great. Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. This way, Jen.
Thank you, both of your groups. I remember sitting up here saying, if we build it, they will come, and kids are coming. Families are coming, families are staying. And it's I was walking through the neighborhood today, just looking at Vista, and I'm glad View, it looks as amazing as Vista, but it's just so fun to see these schools and know that they're going to be around for this community for a long period of time. And we appreciate the work and all the nudging you had to do, that you took it in stride, Matt. You always came with a big smile, so we appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you.
It's nice to meet you. Because I'm new to the board, but my 3 daughters went to View, the old school View, and this is gorgeous comparatively. So good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to thank you both for, the years of effort. It's been a 3.5 year construction journey. We hired Matt the last time I sat in this seat. I was looking at that the other like, wow, that was a long time ago. So he's with us. Nathan goes way further back than that. So when we passed, maybe even before we passed the bond in 2016. So it's been a hell of a ride, working with both of you guys and your teams. And we did it. So congratulations. We made it through. We've got these beautiful schools. So thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Dr. Johnson, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thanks, guys. We're going to ask you to stick around as I present as well too, just in case there's a question that comes up. I'll go as fast as possible. I know it's getting late. Can you kick off my presentation? Yeah, take your time. While she's loading that up, I'll take a moment as well too. I spoke to Matt on the phone a couple days ago as well too, just a big kudos, Matt. It reminds me of the song, Don't Stop Believing. It was pretty helpful to have at least one person, being you, that believed that we could finish Hermosa View. So I really appreciate that. Sometimes confidence is all you got. Trust me, I know that lesson in the last 3 years. We definitely needed some of it to get us across the finish line. So greatly appreciate your work. And Nathan, thank you as well too. The redesigns and continuing to flesh things out, building the plane as we were flying it, much appreciated. Helped us get us there. You're looking at me and you're saying you don't have it. I have an easy solution for that. Diana, I shared with you the presentation. It might take about 30 seconds to click over. And once it does, if you could present from that format, it's on Google Slides. Mm-hmm. That's okay. All right. I'd like to provide a continued presentation. We've done this before with Erickson Hall and SVA, where there's it's kind of how we function, where there's their work and then there's very much our work. So this is a continuing update in regard to where we're at on the state of construction at View and some of the district's projects moving forward. Slide. So the key priorities of Measure S have been accomplished. We have 3 operating schools. We have done massive redesigns at some of our campuses, including Valley, such as the network infrastructure or the perimeter fencing. And then we've also made a lot of cosmetic adjustments, such as you see the new marquee or the new blacktop on the playground area, as well as in the driveway. We look forward to continuing those efforts. So we'll come back to the board in order to talk about Hermosa Valley and some of our plans going into the spring as well as the summer. But tonight, since the emphasis is on Hermosa View, we're going to keep that as our focus for this conversation. We are looking ahead to do Hermosa View existing building and exterior work over the next 1 to 2 years. And then we continue to take a look at Hermosa View and Hermosa Valley to increase efficiency and better costs for our water and energy. Slide. So here are the Measure S objectives for Hermosa View School. And as you can see, thank you to all stakeholders that we are now complete in all areas. One of the ones that we really wanted to make sure that we got done was the modernization of the CD&E, now the 300, 400, and 500 buildings, which was the existing wood structures from the previous campus pre-modernization. And we put in HVAC systems. So now all of Hermosa View classrooms have uniform HVAC. Slide. So when it comes to funds, what we're looking at is you see the View cost to date, but we have dollars that are remaining through a series of billing and working out the money. It looks like that from Measure S, we'll have about $211,000 remaining within the Measure S fund, and then we are getting closer and closer. And expect within the academic calendar year to receive or have a firm grasp of where we're at on the state matching dollars, for which we're eligible for up to 2.7 million. This is something to kind of take a step back from for a second, because the question is like, why did we value engineer Hermosa View in the first place? Well, there was a lot of funds that the district was counting on that did not come in, as well as since the project took much longer due to COVID and some earlier litigation in regard to the community in Hermosa Vista, that the project is much longer than it intended to be, and therefore there was also cost inflation. The joke I was saying, Nancy signed on for this project for 2 years, right? This is her 6th year. You mean, like, goodness gracious. So I would say that we're pretty proud that we're coming out of this with a surplus. after navigating. And I give credit to the design team as well as to Paula and Nancy for squeezing that lemon and coming out to continue to, put these dollars towards where they belong, which is the community and our kids. Slide. So what I'd like to provide for the board is a list of items that we hope to accomplish within this school year. And I'm going to go through these items actually point by point. So in regard to gate safety, there are certain gates that we shared where we would like to establish alarm systems on. This is part of our safety initiative. We are actually looking at this work and getting price estimates at literally as we speak. So we'll be bringing that forward to the board because we feel like that was a part of our safety assessment. There's also some perimeter fencing replacement on the back of Hermosa View. That is just worn fence around the perimeter of the campus. We want to replace that along the existing perimeter, as well as make some adjustments to the Golden Gate area. For anyone that's been back there and seen it, it is in desperate need of replacement. And then we'll do covering along those fencing as well too. One of the reasons we first started looking at this is that if we put covering on it, the covering itself would be ripped because it's all displaced and disheveled because the undergrowth underneath is like warped the fencing. So this is a project that we're actually walking, I think in a week or so. Friday, geez, oh man, it's coming fast. So we're walking Friday just to take a final look at the scope. And that, again, something we'll bring before board for approval. We are moving forward, and you'll see it on a consent item with interior landscaping and drainage. So I do, my snacks, the superintendent and the teachers, were having fun with me, as they should, talking about how these areas you see here between the 300, 400, 500 buildings have always been muddy for, and I'll quote, they said the last 30 years. That's a long time. I mean, like I was 30 years ago. So I said, well, gosh darn it, let's do something about it. So we are working with Rigo and Nancy, and we're going to be putting in some nice mulch, and we're going to redo the grass, and we're going to fix something after 30 years. It's like, well, why didn't we do this under Measure S? This is actually outside the scope of the Measure S project and the existing landscape on the interior. And again, we had to make tough choices when we were de-scoping the project, right? We chose HVAC systems over landscaping in some cases. Now that we have the existing dollars, we feel confident that we can, and we're at the end of the project, we feel confident in spending these monies in order to take care of some of these cosmetic things that have apparently been a problem for allegedly 30 years. So the signage, there's a lot of pedestrian signage that's needed that we need to invest in that front. We've learned now how the front and the drop off and the pickup of Hermosa View should work. Now we need to build infrastructure around it to help guide our community. And then the 300, 400, 500 outdoor vegetation, along with what you see there, there's also the gardening areas. We're looking to kind of implant pieces of vegetation in that area just to kind of like liven up the area. So these are all projects that we think can be done in concert, including the back fencing, because that just leads to all backyards and neighbors. So we don't feel like the campus perimeter is exposed by replacing those areas. And they can do that work. We've learned pretty quickly. So we feel that all this work can be accomplished during the course of the school year without disruption to operations. Slide. Then moving into the summer, it's gonna be a busy summer again, Paula, get ready. We want to commit to taking the step of modernizing the interior of those existing structures in 300, 400, 500. This was a painful de-scoping of the project and probably the hardest choice we had to make when it comes to Hermosa View. In regard to, we did not paint the interiors or redo the carpets. So that we would like to go out and bid that project. It's a lot of work to go back into these classrooms and replace those things, but we feel that this is work that if we know we have the funds to do it, it needs to be done. So those classrooms meet the standard of our newest classrooms as well too. So there's continuity between them. I got the question, is like, well, what about like just the infrastructure in general? The network infrastructure, the audio visual systems, all of that is on equal standard, equal footing. It really was the cosmetics, so to speak, that we de-scoped from the project and focused on the things that were equal in part to education. The pedestrian pathways, you see a picture right there that shows like an area that needs work. So we plan to put bollards in this area and then to create fencing line, which we're actually already currently looking at wrought iron fencing along the parking lot side in order to create a separation between the parking lot and the pedestrian pathways. There is one legal pathway that walks through the parking lot, but what's happening is naturally our pedestrians are walking through cars and across the driveway. Not only is it not safe, but also disrupts the flow of traffic as well too. So these are things that in action, it becomes a reality that we have to create physical barriers in order to guide our pedestrians. And then there's a few fence adjustments that we'd like to make. Just the nature of the project and some of the placement of the fences. It's not easy to build, as I've learned, to build a school that exists on 3 levels. Matt and Nathan, I'm sure, can assure you that most schools are flat. This school is not, so therefore some of the fencing work is very complicated from a DSA standpoint. So we're looking to make some adjustments in the name of safety and continuity with the fencing, particularly along the south fencing line. Slide. This is what's called to be determined, because you do have to kind of shape it in like the things that need to get done versus the things we would like to get done. The reason cabinetry is listed there is because as I've learned over the years that wood furnishings have inflated in price and are very expensive. We would love to redo the cabinetry, though there is existing cabinetry in these campuses. So we want to look at the bid prices for some of the work that we showed you for the summer. And we would love to include cabinetry if there is funds left to do so. There is in the existing buildings, there are a set of bathrooms that are the last bathrooms that to be upgraded. And we would love to redo some of the cosmetics in the bathrooms. Particularly, you can see there the flooring. Just be nice to redo those areas. So there's a little more continuity with the rest of the campus. And then some front exterior landscaping. We're going to have Rio come in and do some work along the front and continue to maintain. And we're also going to build a little bit of barriers between some of the utility areas and those walls, just to prevent erosion from happening onto the sidewalk area. So the extent of that work, there's some things that we're going to do. The extent of the work will depend on the funds that exist. Slide. And then I just continue to push and encourage our board and our community to consider for Hermosa View and for Hermosa Valley the prospect of solar and renewable energy, as well as water conservation. We have solar at Vista, but we do not have solar at Valley and View. And there you see some estimates that we did with Decision Insight of the potential of cost savings per annual year if we were to do solar at Valley and Vista. It's a moving target with solar savings, but I do think that if you're looking, over the course of the next 20 to 30 years, investment in renewable energy is the right decision, as well as looking at the cost of water and utilities increasing, the prospect of turfing and moving from grass to turf. Slide. Great. And thank you, board. I'll take questions at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Questions from the board? Start this end, Quinn. This is potentially tangentially related. Thank you for that. Very great. It's great to see some of those difficult things that we had to say no to for higher priorities come back. So that's excellent. This may or may not be related, but I was driving this morning between about 8 and 8:15. And as I mentioned earlier, I live on 17th, which is right back onto Hermosa View. And traffic especially on Prospect at that time of day is a bit of a disaster. There were cars going northbound in southbound lanes, and it was, blocks along Prospect backed up. My sense of it is, I haven't studied this, that it has to do with us not utilizing maybe Golden Gate the way it used to be utilized as an access point. Is that potentially true? And B, is that something that can be looked at in terms of increasing the flow in and out of campus at View so that the traffic situation can be ameliorated?
I will circle back on the prospect of Golden Gate being a potential to relieve traffic. I will speak to my own observation and our evaluation of traffic on Prospect, and sure, certain days can be worse than others. So I've gone out on multiple days and with the system that we're using for traffic in order to evaluate the amount of time that it takes for Prospect to flow. So you mean when a school is taking kids, there will be traffic, but when traffic is at a stop, and so that period, you mean where traffic was at a stop, I've timed on average between 5 and 6 minutes. It's not to say that there is not a buildup of cars that are flowing in that's a longer extended period of time, but to where the point where traffic cannot move. I've consulted with the chief of police, and we've talked about that flow and what is norm. To me, it is hard to imagine trying to improve 5 to 6 minutes of traffic. You mean in a school that is letting in approximately 400 kids, particularly the grade levels that TK through 2. We'll continue to work at it, try to get better and explore those avenues. But I would be remiss to describe Hermosa View as the traffic situation being a disaster. There is traffic that is frustrating, but I disagree that it's a disaster.
Okay, so I didn't study this prior to the construction project, and I haven't even studied it. I have a few anecdotes of my own. I don't know, but if the population of the campus, the number of drop-offs has changed dramatically, but I don't recall this level of jam up, I guess is what I'm saying. So yeah, of course there's going to be traffic in that concentrated period of time when parents are dropping off and picking up. That's always been the case. This feels different than it did to me a few years ago, but that's just one anecdote. So I don't know if that's true.
I would agree that it is different because the driveway at the front is different. So there are less cars that can flow through the Hermosa View driveway because we changed, how deep cars go into the pull through. So that is accurate. There's more car length that can be included. So that's one of the reasons that we doubled up lanes on Hermosa View, which was an adjustment, which I do feel has solved it from being an intractable problem. Because prior to that, it was a problem. We were looking at 10 to 15 minute stoppage on Prospect. So I would encourage, if the board wants to continue to look at this issue, I would encourage taking time to reflect upon what is an acceptable number when it comes to delay in traffic. That would be my question for the board.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair question. I guess that question might not be as important if there were other ways of getting people in and out of campus. So just to ask it in maybe more simple terms, is the use of the Golden Gate, I believe it's different now than it used to be, right? It used to be a full, I know lots of people would just park on the streets kind of in and around Golden because that was an easy second access point. And I don't know what percentage of the students used that access point, but I think it was reasonably high. And am I correct in thinking it's not an access point the way it used to be?
I'll be honest, I'm not prepared to compare, the Golden Gate access point before to as it is now. So I'll have to come back in a board update to answer that question.
Okay, thanks. Sure.
Just another factor is Maricosta's start times are changed, and so you have the same number of cars now at 8:30, like all hitting Prospect. If you had high school kids going through, which we did see, especially in the early first few weeks when the school opened, we saw much more elevated high school traffic.
I will follow up though, in regard to that question, because I think it's a very fair question.
All right, thank you. Maggie, anything further? Jen?
Just on the traffic front, have we been encouraging families just in communication to them to walk more?
We had the International Walk to School Day, but I'll.
I mean, just as another, just like continue to push that. And maybe since they're younger families, they may be unaware of this Golden Gate opportunity. I don't know. I mean, just, it's like sometimes it's word of mouth. You don't think?
We'll take an opportunity to look at the Golden Gate as an access point. I know it says an egress point. And then we will continue to, I do agree that messaging, walking to school and safe routes is something that we should be continually messaging, and we'll continue to encourage. And to the point too, like you see like a lot of the infrastructure that we're proposing is to better facilitate people by pedestrian accessing the campus.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I second what Quinn said. It's very exciting to see a lot of these projects come out into the fold. And, as I certainly second continuing the pedestrian access. I wanted to also take a moment to thank Nancy. I thanked Matt and Nathan, but as Jason said, she has been here with us 4 more years than she expected, and I have a feeling she's not going away anytime soon. Not that we would want her to. Anyway, 4 more years. Nancy has been our guiding light rock through this whole thing. She has been an invaluable piece of the team. So thank you. Thank you for all that you've done.
We'll be bringing to the board in January a proposal to continue some of Nancy's work. I mean, like obviously on a more limited basis, but to assist us with the projects proposed. Keep on driving, just when she thinks she's getting out, we bring her back in.
Yeah, she's never going to escape.
So you'll see that proposal, look forward to it in January, but we do feel like that Nancy knows our schools, knows our work, and is integral to making sure that these projects not just happen in a timely manner, but happen the right way with all these contractors and all these bid processes. Like, let me just tell you, it's a labyrinth, and it is helpful to have a guide, which Nancy has served as just invaluable guide. It's hard to imagine not having her as part of the team.
Yeah. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to propose that we do consent and then we take a 3-minute bio break. So moving on to consent, is there a motion to approve the items on the consent calendar? So moved. Thank you, Quinn. A second.
Second.
Thank you, Maggie. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Consent is approved. Let's please take let's just call it 5-minute recess, and we will reconvene at 8:42. Thank you.
It's like how they end up down there.
All right. You ready?
Thank you. Bring him this way. What are you doing?
Maggie wants them back.
I want him back. I want another one.
All right, welcome back, everybody. 8:42. Perfect timing. All right, we will move on to Board Action Superintendent S-21-2223, the Board of Education Compensation. Dr. Johnson.
Sorry, with chuckle in my mouth. I do not have a recommendation to the board in this case, but I will acknowledge that the Board of Education is eligible for compensation. There has been a recurrent action in the past to waive the monetary composition provided to the school board, but I will defer to the board on what they choose to do. So I put it back in the hands of you, Doug, if someone will a motion or further discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I would just kick this one off in that I historically, or at least in the 6 years that I've been on the board has waived this monetary compensation. That I would recommend that we continue to do that. But I will look to the rest of the board to speak in agreement or not. Or if somebody wants to make a motion to do so, we can just move to that.
I was just going to make a comment really quick.
Sure,
I'm in
yeah,
favor
please.
of us waiving it. It started, I think, my first year on the board when the district was in the red and people were like, it's more of a hurdle to file the taxes on it than it is, and give it to the district because they were in the red. I was listening to a conversation, I think, happening with a Manhattan Beach City Council person over this issue, though. And like, is there like a larger existential question of like, is it prohibiting some people from running or somehow diminishing the work that we do for it not being compensated? So just throwing it out there for thought. I could argue both ways, so I have a lot of agree, but I just think it's worthwhile to like have that in the back of our head that at some point, it might be worthy of this board to take it more seriously if it does increase the diversity and the competition for seats.
That was an excellent point. Further comment or?
I'm always curious as to what the actual amount is.
I believe it's $240 a month.
I apologize to the board. I would have to look it up in order to know.
That's right, Doug.
Yeah.
Jason, don't spend time looking at it. That's approximately. I was hoping to make my mortgage payment. Or just
You'd have to go to a lot of meetings.
Yeah. That was be on a lot of boards.
I'm going to move to not
To waive it.
to waive. Sorry, to waive.
Yeah. Thank you, Jen.
I'll second it.
Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Kathy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries to waive the Board of Education compensation. Next, we'll move on to S-22-2223, the California School Board Association Delegate Assembly nominations. Dr. Johnson.
It's recommended the board to nominate a candidate for school board assembly. It has been de facto Maggie, but since she was apparently recalled from the assembly, we're sort of at a loss of what to do next. I will defer to the board. You mean like if this has been kind of like the like everyone, Maggie, are you doing it? So I'd allow for board discussion about how to proceed.
Well,
I'll provide some context just in case anybody else is interested in doing it. So California School Boards Association is a representative body of school boards across the state. California has one of the more robust representations. There's some states that that have districts that don't participate at all, and that's not the case here in California. So it is a very wide body. I think being very transparent about it, it's a disorganized body. And so like they are responsible for setting the policy platform that they go and lobby on behalf of school board members and on behalf of K-12 systems. So I think their staff is very good. I think the delegate assembly governance process is very messy. You guys know I like a good, clear process, and it's not that. And you have to get really deep into governance there to like try and make a change. So it's very interesting. You get to meet really great people. You can be on different committees. Being on the legislative committee was really fun, going up to Sacramento and talking to folks. But besides that, it's what you get out of it. So if anybody wants to do it, I recommend that like all the boards from this side of our assembly district nominate people, because it is heavy off of Norwalk and Downey and Whittier. No offense to them, but they have now had it for like 26 years. And like, they have like 3 board members per board who make up all of the delegates. And I don't think that is representative of the school boards across our district. So it is good for CSB that there is more representation across the whole district. But I am ambivalent of whether or not I do it. So if anybody wants to do it, it's fun. But I'd be happy to nominate you.
Any takers? I am not one.
No, okay.
That would be a no.
Super fun governance. Yeah, no.
It's his favorite, we know.
I'm happy to put my name in again for it. I can go rally votes.
I think that's a great idea, Maggie.
Yes, fantastic idea. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Jim, for nominating Maggie. Second. Quinn, thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you. Send my application in.
All right, moving on. Next, board action, moving on to business. B-47-2223, the first interim report 2223, Ms. Montalvo.
Thank you. It is recommended that the board approve the 22-23 first interim report as presented.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments based off the presentation we saw earlier or the report in the agenda? No, great job, Paula, as always. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Quinn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jen. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. First interim report is approved. Megan, moving on to B-48-2223, the fiscal year 22-23 budget revisions, Ms. Montalvo.
Thank you. It is recommended that the board approve the budget revisions that go hand in hand with the first interim report. This is a procedural policy.
Any comments, any questions? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I'll move.
Thank you, Kathy. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Quinn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Moving on, B-49-2223 resolutions over 04-2223 reappointment of Measure S Citizens Oversight Committee member for an additional term. Ms. Montalvo.
It is recommended that the board reappoint a Measure S member, and that would be Stephen Izant. As long as there are additional funds, their services are still required.
Thank you. Are there any comments, any questions?
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Izant. You have been a member of this committee for a long time. You know, this committee has a special place in my heart. And I think he was on it back when I was on it. And this is my 6th year on the board. So he's been doing this a long time. I always look forward to his presentations. So he is a COC champion. I think he's going to need a little wave when he's finally done.
Yes.
To be honest with you.
Definitely qualifies for a little wave. I just said so.
Yeah. All right. Is there a motion?
So
So moved. Thank you, Maggie. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Quinn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We look forward to seeing you, Mr. Izant. Moving on to B-50-2223, contract with Thornton Tomasetti for professional engineering services, Mr. Montalvo.
It is recommended that the board approve the proposal of Thornton Tomasetti for engineering services needed at Hermosa View School.
Thank you. Are there any comments, any questions?
Can you just give us a bit or two on what the engineering services are for?
They'll be inspecting the damage on the south or on the north side of the building on F1 and making sure that it's structurally sound.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Quinn. Good job.
Second.
Thank you, Jen. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Moving on, B-51-2223, contract agreement, inclusion, professional development. I assume Dr. Johnson, you'll take this one.
Thank you. It's recommended the board to approve the inclusion professional development contract. Sylvia has been doing just fantastic work by securing funding and partnerships. She just recently secured $6,000, which will come before the board to bring in To Teach, which is a inclusion consultant service that is like, I know them. They're one of the best in the business, and she's getting it for free. And then she's also secured a partnership with LACO, which is approving today, who are also providing funds and support services. Very exciting stuff. Kudos to Sylvia. Recommended.
Awesome. Comments, questions? Nobody. Seeing none. All right. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Jen. Our second. Jen had the motion. I heard her first.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Maggie. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion carries. Moving on to the next one, B-52-2223, the purchase order for MakerBot. Dr. Johnson.
Recommend to the board to approve this purchase. It's very large just because of the nature of the equipment. This is all done through the STEAM grant that's just funded by Northrop Grumman, as well as our grants from Chevron, et cetera, and other partners, including HBF. Earmarked money, but one of the reasons we're 3 sites, so we need more equipment for each of the sites. So we strongly recommend this approval, and our kudos to our STEM teachers, Melinda Gill, Kelly Bell, and Garrett Kaplan, who just do a phenomenal job. And if you had the opportunity to be in those classrooms, you'd understand why they need $23,000 to make magic happen. So good stuff.
All right. Comments, questions? Seeing none. No, this is super cool stuff. I'm super jealous of this. I wish they had this when I was a kid.
Yeah, me too.
For sure. It would be awesome. Awesome. So is there a motion?
I move.
Thank you, Kathy. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Quinn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, we're rolling through these. Personnel, P-25- I assume it's supposed to be 2223. The tentative agreement between HBEA and HBCSD on revised certificated bargaining agreement language. Dr. Johnson.
Thank you. I'm going to wrap them together because we do negotiate together. So I'll address them at the same time, but just a major thanks to the HBA Association, who represents our certificated as well as our classified bargaining unit. I personally, they have a long, great history with the district well before me. But I can speak to the last 3 years of HBA just being such a phenomenal partner, negotiating the toughest negotiations that school districts and bargaining partners have had to face. Those negotiations have broken districts. In some cases, the relationships irrevocably. There we go. I'm really proud of the relationship that we forged. It's a lot of work doing negotiations. The staff gives up a big portion of their summer to do so. They do a great job advocating for the membership. We do feel like we've come to a great settlement in a year where there's money, but also a responsible settlement that looks forward to the future. And I just want to thank the board, for working with our labor partners. It's just a positive relationship all around. They are not here this evening, but I have been asked to communicate on behalf of the union. Just the thanks to the Board of Education for the salary increases. I think we all wish it could be more and unlimited. But with the resources we have, I feel very great that we've come to a good place. And that I just can't stress enough how much that is the partnership with HBA. When we've had to make a lot of just brutally tough decisions. I feel like that they've, been with us every step of the way, advocating for the individual member while also understanding the implications that for the district that affects the individual member. That's a tough spot to be. So it is recommended wholeheartedly for the board to adopt our CBA language, which was ratified by HBA last week.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Comments, questions? Sorry,
I have a comment, quick question.
Yeah.
I just wanted to thank all the hard work that went into it because I was on the negotiations team for several years, and I know there's a lot of hard work that goes into it. And because I'm new to this and I haven't been part of the whole process, I'm going to abstain from this vote and look forward to the next iteration of the contract. So that's it.
Thank you, Kathy. Jen? Good.
It's a great team effort, and I'm just so proud of the work that the staff does. So it's great that we can handle the right agreements together and do it kind of peacefully. So that's nice to see. I think it reflects on our community and our children too. So great job.
Thank you, Jen. Maggie. Quinn? Thank you. Yeah, I just want to thank HBA as well. Looking out for the individual members and the district, but the students first and foremost, and coming to this agreement that so amicably and continuing to work with us through everything that we've been through over the last few years really shows that they put students first, as it should be. And which is really, really tremendous to see. And we thank them and we look forward to many, many, many fruitful years of working together with them. So with that, we will do certificate first because we need to do these separately, I believe, as board actions.
That is correct.
So we will start with P-25-2223, the certificated agreement language. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you, Maggie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jen. All in favor?
Aye.
Those abstaining?
Me, abstaining. How do you say it?
Aye. You're
Aye.
good.
Aye. Did you say aye? Yeah. Any, I don't know what the denial, opposed? Yeah. Thank you. It's got to come back to me.
Targeting deniers.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Deniers.
And zero, so four, one abstain and no deniers. Moving on to P-26-2223, the classified bargaining agreement language. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Quinn. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Maggie. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All in abstention?
One, I, me.
Any opposed? No opposed. So 4 fours, 1 abstain, and 0 opposed. Thank you, everybody. It takes us through the board action section. We will now go to board member roundtable. Maggie, you said you had an item, so we'll start with you.
Thanks. So I wanted to bring up the idea of looking at our process on how we do written communication disclosures. And I had Jason check in with our attorneys on the background, the legality, all of the details on it. So Jason, fill in where I'm not hitting the details, but in a perfect world, it's to help because we operate underneath the Brown Act. It's to help with transparency of conversations among board members with the community. So it does provide a level of transparency of who we're having conversations with outside of our board meeting. In practice, though, I don't think we do a very good job and we don't have a uniform way of how we talk about it. And so there's a part of me that's trying to figure out, like, is there a cleaner way that we do this? Is it uploading it to an Excel sheet? Is it being really clear that we only say the topic? Do we need to have the date? Do we need to have a person? Like what's the board feel comfortable with? So just so we can have some sort of like uniformity and efficiency over written communications.
Yeah, and so since it was brought up, I will share in consultation with legal. The board is under no legal requirement to share written communications, so there really is no threshold. And the discussion was like, what's the purpose? And the big part of it is the board is not so much as transparent with the public. The board is transparent with each other because it is the only opportunity that the board has to share with each other who they've been communicating with and in case publicly shared what they've been communicating about. So it very much is a board norm as our legal is shared with us.
I think it'd be okay to do first name, last name, and subject.
Just to share though that I think one of the difficulties of written communication that I know the board has encountered is that there are some communications from constituents who we don't know if they wish to be named. So if we set an expectation that they be named, I would say that if the goal is transparency, there will inevitably be instances where that person should not be named.
Yeah. I don't know. I think by the sounds of it, the spirit of this is it's for us to share with each other. And I would say that maybe our norm ought to be share what you think is relevant and of interest to the rest of the board.
Yeah.
Don't feel obliged and don't try to turn it into an algorithm. I know we like processes, but if
Well, and if it's random, like to that point, if the goal is just like, if it's informative, like I've been keeping a log as board president. And so like, now that I'm not board president, Doug can figure that one out. But like, I'm just trying to figure out like what's right for disclosure for the board on it.
well, and I didn't know what was required. So that was informative and helpful.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I thought it was required as well. And like,
so since we're doing it for each other, let's do what's useful for each other.
yeah, I agree.
But I
Oh,
did find it helpful one time, like at times when Stephen would go through who he was talking to, and I was like, oh, I had no idea there was an issue or there's something that's come up.
That I go back to like in talking with legal, Aaron O'Donnell, who I think we all know is very thoughtful about these subjects. And so, yeah, and he surmised in his experience that it very much, it's interesting because we just went through COVID. So I think part of it was transparent. It felt like sometimes it was transparency with the public that like, hey, we hear you, we're taking your feedback. But what was interesting is that, he's evaluating this norm from pre-COVID times. And the intention, it seems like, was to, and I'm kind of looking at you because, we've talked about the subject a lot too. It seems like it is transparency to your fellow board members. And again, acknowledging what Jen just said, that you only have public opportunity to talk with each other about what you've been talking about with your constituents if it's not an agendized item.
Right.
So really, the question isn't just, hey, did you receive anything? It's, are there comments coming in from the public? Did you receive comments from the public that you think are worth sharing here? Or,
I would concur with Quentin on that I think Jen kind of mentioned this as well too, is that it's actually less so who you've been talking to and more so what you've been talking about. Or let me rephrase, what has been communicated to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, and I agree too. And I think it should be, I know it's not a process and formal, but I agree with Quinn. It should be up to each board member's discretion of what they want to share. And there's things like, okay, we mentioned tonight, there was the one message from the one staff member that we all got.
Right.
So it's like, do we need to share it? We need to share it. Everybody got it and hopefully read it. And if not,
We have a full year to figure out this question to ask Jason. So a total 12 months of meetings to be like, I need to ask this.
Yeah.
So
point.
So it's not
a great
legal.
question.
It's not legally binding, like, because I do find it helpful. Then that person knows that we acknowledge though that
but
we
usually
receive
we also have a board norm that the board president responds
to the emails that go out to
Which person also say too,
go to everybody.
Right. Okay.
I mean,
part of the difficulty, I think that we encountered this during the last few years is it kind of goes back to this situation, the issue of why the board does not respond to public comment, which is, which public comment will you choose to respond to and which public comment will you choose not to respond to, which puts value on the comments just by your response, whether pro or con. So I think the spirit of this board is always to, try to, be transparent, to try to reach out to its members, to try to reflect in the board meeting the feedback they're hearing from the community. But I do concur with the what over the who. But I do see the advantage though of that, like, oh, you all heard from the same person. I thought it was just me. Because the board does not have that opportunity to be able to discuss that outside of a public meeting.
Yeah, but you would be able to see in the email if they send it to all of us.
I've encountered the situation where a person individually emailed the same message to every board member separately.
It's not consistent, right? But to your point, yes, that is visible. And you notice that we immediately, if upon any response, move it over to single so no one can see responses because that runs the risk of a Brown Act. Right?
Yep.
You have a possible reply all, which the board has no control over how someone sends the message.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, because I think about too, we have the other sheet, which is the written comments, which came out of a whole thing about, during COVID, about people, transparency and comments, and we don't talk about any of those. I mean, that's a public document. Anybody can pull that up. So I guess that's a little different where we're in communication. Nobody's like unless they do a
Confusing to the public.
request.
Yeah.
Yeah, FOIA, they can't pull, they're not seeing that. So it's like, why do we talk about one? Why do we don't talk about the other? So I think, in my opinion, it would be up to the discretion of each board member. We can go through each meeting,
Well, I
go down the line and be like, is there any written communication you want to, make the board aware of or discuss?
I do agree to your point, Doug, about, submitted written written communication versus received written communication via other means, is that the difference really is an awareness of the board if whether or not you have all received it. You mean like, and so that comes back to the discretionary measure. And I think the most important thing, right, is the board has an awareness with each other of what the rules of engagement are here. You mean like, including to not share. You mean like if they feel that constituent didn't, especially if they feel like the constituent didn't intend for it to be shared, it was for
With everybody, yeah.
Yeah. It also kind of offers the question too, is how necessary is it for the board to know that a constituent communicated with all of them? You mean like, though they were communicated with as individuals, because really you are supposed to be digesting the issues as individuals and discussing it publicly as a board. So I do think of that perhaps just even it goes back to the what is more important than the who.
Yeah.
So are people aligned on a norm?
Sure.
What is it?
So I think it's not really a norm, it's the discretion of each board member, and what we'll do at each meeting is basically go down the line and say, does anybody have any written communications that they'd like to share with the other board members that they've been having? And
By the subject, not the person.
I leave that to discretion too.
I was gonna say,
remember, that's up to you. I would lean towards
share about the
Yeah. It's interesting because go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, so there was dialogue in regard to this issue about whether or not roundtable may perhaps be a more appropriate place, because if it's not a formal standard, right, and it is subjective by a board member, it feels almost more appropriately placed within roundtable because it's pretty much open. Roundtable is effectively agenda setting for the next meeting.
Right.
So to me, things that were non-agendized items that were brought up by the community, you mean like that there's no standard of share, might actually be more appropriately suited in roundtable, because then it prevents sort of like non-public comment from affecting, you mean like items that are before the board, but then setting that as potential agenda items for the following meeting.
Right.
Because there's not a process, right? Like,
right. That makes a lot of sense to me too. Yeah.
Quentin's good with it.
Yeah. We can make that a part of, people can bring it up in roundtable. I can remind them or try to remind them.
Yeah. It's just part of the open discussion per member that constituent communication, you mean like, necessary to share the board, you mean to be aware of is such, and that could possibly set a future agenda item. I think that makes a lot of sense from like I agree with Maggie of like establishing some type of standard, which I think in this case, it sounds like there is not necessarily a formal standard, but in turn, it goes into this part of the meeting because of that.
Yeah. Well, it's good to know.
Yeah, I assumed it was required. Yeah, it was some legal thing, Brown Act thing that it was.
Looking at it for 9.
Yeah. Thank you, Aaron O'Donnell. He's
All right.
7 guy. Yeah.
That was my only other thing. And I already said my thank you about the reelection, so I'm good. Oh, Merry Christmas to those who celebrate.
All right, Quinn, you got anything? Kathy? All right, Jen.
I just want to thank again the staff, because this is a tough time of the year and it was wrapped up with a lot of report cards and parent teacher conferences and parties and secret Santas or holiday wishes or all sorts of things in their rooms, and it's a lot.
They're doing a great job. We're
have a great holiday.
Yeah, no, I second all that. A day and a half more, power through, be strong. Almost there. I want to say a special thank you also to Mr. Harrison and the team at Valley for the band concert. That was a couple of weeks ago, which was really, really awesome, to bring up 5th grade through 8th grade band and to be a part of that and the job that he did to put that all together. It was a huge crowd. The NPR was completely full. So it was a really, awesome time. The music, I will say, when first started having the band, it wasn't so good. I'll be honest about that. And now I was like, oh, dang, these kids are good. These kids are good. They can play their music. Like by the time we get to see the band, he's got them rocking.
It's great.
So it was really, really, really awesome. And then I'll keep this short, but I just wanted to take a minute to kind of talk about the year ahead. We kind of touched on everybody at the beginning, but I am really honored to be, kind of in the center chair again. It's been a few years, back to the pre-COVID days, if anybody remembers those, but that's what it was. I haven't dealt with COVID up in this chair, but we dealt with a lot back then. It was 2019 when we really started with, as I mentioned, we hired Erickson Hall during that year, through of what, I feel like it started with the bond and Measure S of what I refer to as HBCSD 2.0. And I've been kind of using that on and off for the last few years, but I kind of think where it really got it going, where the January meetings we approved the EIR for North School, what is now Business School. That was some meeting. And, in July, we had the Coastal Commission. Between then, we had the tolling agreement and the MOU and all that craziness. I try to not remember it, but those were times. And, I really only bring this up to think about where we've come from then to here. And that's really a tribute to everyone who is up here and the hard work that they've done to get us to this point over the last 3 years. And we really are now with our 3 school sites and what we have planned at full day kinder and TK and what's coming with preschool and our adjusted calendar. Like I feel like this year is where we're really gonna be in HBCSD 2.0, which was kind of always the vision of, in my opinion, of where we wanted to go and where we wanted to be, and kind of why I joined this board in the first place 6 years ago, is to see that through. And from a personal standpoint, it's really kind of I don't know, heartwarming. I don't know what the right word is, to satisfy and just be at the beginning, and now I won't say the end is never the end, but like to kind of see the light at that point. And I really look forward to working with all of you. My fellow board members, Jason, Paula, Sylvia is hopefully feeling better shortly. Dinah, Aaron, the rest of it, Hillary, Jessica, Rosalind, everybody who's not here, Nicole, Aaron, the better halves, to really kind of see that through. So I'm honored to be up here and have been nominated and chosen. I look forward to a great year and working with everybody. So thank you. So with that, is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Moved.
Thank you, Maggie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jen. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting